Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
Hello, and welcome to night 2 of the NFL Draft. This is Nuts and Bolts Sports. We are the live draft coverage this year of the NFL Draft. Jeff Barnes, Bill Carroll, and we have a third analyst joining us for the next 2 days. It's going to be Greg Rector. Greg, welcome to the draft.
Gentlemen, well, we had a fun first night.
Yes,
absolutely. A lot of
are you not entertained?
A lot of shaking going on. And especially in the teens when the wide receivers are on the board. But we got to talk about what we saw last night and then how that's going to set up tonight. Give me your thoughts, Greg, on last night since we had a chance to recap ours last night.
Yeah, well, basically, right at the very top, it was pretty much as expected. Once we got into Carolina not going to a quarterback, that started a domino sort of thing going on with other picks, especially in the middle. And seeing player movement along with picks is rather rare, but we saw it with wide receivers. What else, right? It's been the most volatile position all offseason, thanks to Tyreek and others. But the deals panned out for the New York Jets specifically. I think they had just one hell of a first round. I like what the Eagles did as well. But overall, only a couple of real shockers. I wasn't surprised at all that the Georgia defense had a record number of 5 guys in the first round. I will say I was a bit surprised that we hit number 10 for offensive linemen picked in the first round. That surprised me that we had 10 go.
Yeah. I think we were looking at it, which one was going to be the bigger run. I think line turning into the bigger run after receiver had a hot streak was one of the biggest things. I thought corner was going to have a bigger run after a while, especially when the first 2 went 1 and 2, right back to back at 3 and 4. So that right there alone made me think that this is going to be one of those things where we're going to get a really long streak of linemen. We're going to get a long streak of receivers. We're going to get a long streak of corners, and we're going to sprinkle in somebody because the edge rushers went high, and then after that, we had a lull on the edge rushers. I
will add this to the mix. The 3 of us were almost 100% correct with not one of these quarterbacks is worth a first round pick. Kudos to NFL teams for avoiding putting the added pressure of being a first rounder on some of these guys. I think they're showing some restraint, which is a nice change, especially with what we got this year in that group, right?
Absolutely. Bill, what do you think is the early outcome we're going to see early so far on day 2? I expect it to be crazy, like you expect it to be crazy.
Right.
At least how do we expect to start off?
Jeff, is very good at many things. He's not good at predicting the trades that will or will not come. But we're going to see another couple of trades. Maybe not quite as active as yesterday, but you're going to see some teams that at the end of yesterday said, I can't believe player X is still available, right? Can we get player X? Well, how many? What will it cost us? Blah, blah, blah. And I think you might see some teams budge a little bit on the value chart, which we saw already. I think that's going to continue. I think the feeling that teams have about where they are in the draft will show itself in what value they place on where they're picking. And there are teams that will stick and stay, right? And there's teams, but I think 3 or 4 teams, and I won't be shocked if the Eagles are back at it again, are going to be trying to play the board, move around the board. You're going to see some teams that want to stockpile picks later in this draft. You're going to see teams that want to even get out and move and try to pick up picks in next year's draft. I think you're going to see a little bit of that. And then we mentioned sort of off air, I think we're going to see a run on that next tier of corners, run on that next tier of pass rushers, not at the beginning of this day, but probably towards the latter part. And I think we're going to see another run on offensive line, both interior and exterior, but once again, that next tier of guys. You know, we've seen the top tier pretty much go.
Indeed. So, with that being said, we have a bunch of guests coming on tonight. We're going to have a lot more coming on tomorrow. Yep. But we have one that's going to be joining us soon. He's a very familiar face to those at Nuts and Bolts Sports. Although we haven't seen him in a while, he took over as the host of No Huddle Necessary when I departed, and that is Dominic Churosky. He's going to join us very shortly. So,
DC.
Yeah, so we get a little Steelers take from him. We'll have Rudy Reyes come on and bring on a little more recent of a Steelers take after some of these picks start coming off the board. So we're going to have a bunch of guests tonight that are going to come in and
we get 73 dreams come true tonight because of the special pick situation, et cetera.
Comp picks, yeah.
We're going to go to 105 is where we're going to finish off. So 73 more dreams get to come true tonight.
All right. So, Greg, you're the writer for us for the Dallas Cowboys. You know, we know you're underwhelmed with their pick last night. What's your outlook for their picks tonight? We know they have 2 going in. That could always change. That could multiply. That could also diminish. So, what's your outlook for the Cowboys tonight?
If they're feeling a whole bunch of pressure in that war room to get another wide receiver, they could try package 56 and 88 and maybe see if Seattle at 40-41 will make that deal. If they stay true to where they are at 56 and then 88, I would tend to think that at the 56 mark, we're probably going to see a linebacker that's going to be available, the wide receiver maybe 3rd round, or they may go tight end in that 3rd round at 88. There's a chance of edge rusher. I know there's a lot of people screaming for edge. I'm not as determined to see them add another edge. I kind of like where they're sitting currently with that. I'd like to see other things looked at instead. There's always edge guys that they can sign on Monday without worrying about the comp pick either, right? So that's where I'm looking at for the Cowboys tonight anyway.
All right. Very well. Well, we're about to get started on night 2. They're starting the festivities in the building.
Yeah.
So we get a little more quiet time to ourselves. You know, shocking events from yesterday. What was yours, Greg?
Well, a guy that I really wanted for Dallas at 56, going 29 to the Packers. They got I don't care. As much as people can talk about Nakobe Dean and liking Nakobe Dean at the NFL level, I think the Georgia linebacker that will succeed the most is Quay Walker. He just has that NFL build. He's got the lateral speed. He's got everything that teams are looking for in this era, right? And I think the Packers, people can scream and bellyache that they didn't take the receiver again, but for what they did take, I think that was a hell of a good pick.
All right. Well, we talked about it last night. Bill, as soon as there we are. Let's talk about best availables.
Let's.
Who's at the top of the board for you?
There's a lot of best availables. The aforementioned Nakobe Dean is in that fight. George Pickens is somewhere in that fight. I'm a big Travis Jones guy. I'm a big Jalen Petrie guy. I think those guys go in the top 10 or so picks once we resume picking. I think that we'll see, even though age, obviously, I try to explain to people, teams care way more about age than you think they do. When you're almost 25 years old, you'd have to be truly incredible to be going the first round. And Bernard Ryman's a very good prospect, but he's not a guy who can overcome that 3 years that you've lost, basically, of a player's peak. He doesn't have that kind of talent that you're willing to overlook that, right? You'd have to be truly something transcendent for someone to say, okay, we're okay with taking you in the first, even though you're going to turn 25 before you play your first snap in the NFL. So he's going to go somewhere in this round. I think we're also going to see at least, I mentioned Pickens, at least a couple more of the receivers, possibly Sky Moore and maybe even Khalil Shakir, Christian Watson, all have a chance to go somewhere in the next 30-ish picks. And I think we're going to see some more surprises. Don't be too surprised don't be too surprised to be surprised. I'll put it that way.
Well, I know the reaction to Cole Strange last night from so many people was a surprise, shock, blah, blah, blah. But it's the Patriots.
Yep.
I mean, that's what the Patriots have done forever.
But certainly in the Bill Belichick era, yes.
Yeah, in the Belichick era, right? And getting back to the age factor, too, there's a lot of surprise, especially amongst people that we both know, Bill, who are Ravens fans, that Jermaine Johnson didn't go at 14.
Age.
Well, age is a little bit of a factor there. And for all the hype that Jermaine Johnson got, there's a factor that a lot of people are ignoring about Jermaine Johnson and his particular sacks. If you look at his 12 sacks, 8 of those sacks are coverage sacks that took place after 3 seconds.
Yep.
Yes, he has a move, he has a plan, but does he get there as quickly as
Karlaftis?
Karlaftis
who gets there like that?
Exactly. Or a Hutchinson or Thibodeau, etc. Right? Yep. He is a different type of a pass rusher. Yes, he's going to be a good player, but so many people had him leading up to yesterday in their 10, in their 15 range, and they ignored the reality of it, right? Yeah. And that's the part, and people can criticize me saying I'm negative, but wait a second. It's not all sunshine and roses for these guys. Right. These players have negatives.
All of them did.
All of them.
And I try to explain it this way. Imagine that where your children go to school depends on you being right. Yep. Imagine where you're going to live depends on you being right. Imagine being able to pay your mortgage depends on you being right. It's a lot of fun to sort of push players all around the board when you're, a quote unquote fanalist. But I've spent enough time around NFL scouts to understand the pressure they're under and to understand that the scene is very replaceable.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, who gets fired the most on quote unquote Black Friday or whatever, Black Monday or whatever it is, right?
The scouting staff.
Right. They get rid of the scouts like you would change your underwear sometimes. Frankly, it's a little disrespectful in my mind, but and it's going younger. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when it is, it's like I sort of assume they're like an intern or an assistant. No, these guys are regional scouts. Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
But here's the downside to it, because we know what their tendency is. Their tendency is to jump all over the traits.
Yep. The R&D guys particularly, yes.
And when you go trait heavy, you end up missing the boat.
You can.
Yeah.
A couple of the guys that end up not working out in this draft will because of that, because somebody overvalued. Physical ability is important. Like if you don't have a certain level of physical ability, you can't play. That's right. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you now instead of sitting with all these trophies around me and rings on my fingers like Jeff has. I was a very undersized and not super fast safety, and there's no real demand for that. I don't know if you've heard. They don't really knock down the door for small and slow at most positions, but especially not safety. But there's a lot of great athletes who weren't great football players. And when I think about this draft, and I mean, literally from the beginning of this draft, we've seen people say, we're just going to bet on the trades. And it's going to work out for some of them, but not all of them.
No.
And people get down on production, but production has actually proven more predictive than physical testing.
That's right.
Walker is a great example. He's not a guy that you like certain things about him, but his production is not at all like any of the great linebackers, right? Even Jonathan Vilma doubled him up in terms of production. He's not done a lot yet. So you're really banking on the traits, even with a guy like Quay Walker. Yep. There's the Georgia guys, almost with the exception of maybe Nakobe Dean, who's still on the board, were guys that didn't really produce. Right?
Well, the two Georgia guys that produced were Dean and Seen.
Right.
That were productive.
Right.
Everybody else, because of their rotation and all that sort of stuff, you don't have enough evidence that they can really be that pass rushing dynamo and all that other sort of thing. Right?
I mean, all those guys.
And then you look at a team like Baltimore. What they did last night. 4 years of production from Kyle Hamilton. 4 years of production from Tyler Linderbaum. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I think 3 for Hamilton. Didn't
Hamilton? Well, a little bit as a freshman.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I guess. Yeah. But the thing that when you look at how teams build their machine, right?
Yeah.
Each team has a draft personality, is what I call it, right? And as you pointed out, you have this very sort of quirky, tinkering kind of mad scientist, obviously in New England, that they don't talk about what they do, but they love analytics. They love different analytics, right? They're very big into situational analytics. Who's the best at this 3rd and 8? Who's the best 3rd and 8 corner in the draft? Who's the best? Who's the best at getting pressure on 3rd and short, right? As opposed to 3rd and long. They're deep into situational. So there's Cole Strange did something that he really loved, that they study the living daylights out of, that no one else cares about, right? And that's what happened there. He's the best in the entire draft class at something they really like. Now, you can't find out what that something is because they'll have to kill you. But that's their personality. They don't care about what other people think. They don't care about the media. They don't care about the fans think. They don't care about anybody else's board. Their whole thing is locked in a very secret place, and they only bring it out. And I guess when they sit Nike down at the laptop, and then they start working on this. But you also saw teams that are height, weight, speed teams, right? You could tell which teams really like height, weight, speed. Okay, his tapes, but look at this beautiful athlete. Look how big and fast he is. We'll teach him to play football, right? We saw teams do that. We saw teams say this guy's tape is inconsistent or incomplete.
Incomplete, yeah.
But we trust our coaches. He's big, strong, and fast. We'll work with him. And then you saw teams say, we want there's no such a sure thing. But you can see teams say, we want to at least sort of firewall ourselves off from maximum risk. So this guy is a 2-time All-American. This guy was, 3-time All-Conference. This guy, was a state champion at multiple things in high school, right? Mm-hmm. A team captain twice, all that stuff. We want all the accolades and all the safeguards possible before we invest our time and treasure in this young person. Yeah. And character also moves some guys down the board. There's no getting around that. No. And there's stuff that you and I don't know about some of these guys.
Well, exactly. I mean, there was stuff that came out this week that we had no idea of.
And there'll be more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to hear a lot more that it was this factor that dropped this guy. It was this factor that raised this guy, right? We don't get to go to Indianapolis to be there for those interviews and things like that.
Yeah.
You say a couple of wrong things to a scout or a GM at the combine, and they're just going to say, "See ya."
Yeah, and we're getting to the point in the process where I think certain things are starting to change a little. We've seen that with a couple of guys. We saw it with Thibodeau. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, it was a personality," and what even Scott Pioli said it today. He says some of that stuff needs to change because these players that are coming out of college are different from the ones 20, 30 years ago.
Right.
They're allowed to show their personality. They're allowed to be who they are because they're making money now.
That's right.
It was different from when they were in college before. You did what the coach told you to do. You show up when a coach told you to show up. You weren't allowed to be yourself unless they said you were allowed to be yourself.
Yeah. Some of these guys
didn't hide who he was. By the time he was 19, we all knew who Deion Sanders was.
Well, exactly.
Absolutely.
But some of these guys are going to be through 3 programs before they get drafted now.
Sure.
Well,
You know?
looks like we're finally getting some movement here. Right. So the commissioner's on stage. I guess he's opening things up. We have some of the remaining players behind him, and we have they had a escape artist.
Chris Angel.
Yes, Chris Angel,
yeah.
hanging above the stage. So that's
Yes.
yeah.
It's lost.
So it's Vegas.
It's Vegas. They got to put it on the show. You got it.
So we got the players on the stage. We got the commissioner on the stage. We're getting kicked off. We're getting Tampa Bay on the clock to start. This is affected the trade back yesterday, where Tampa Bay basically traded out of the first.
Yep.
And with that, they got this pick, which is pick 33. They also had pick 106 and 180 out of that trade, where they traded back from 27. So we'll see who's Tampa Bay's first pick is in less than 7 minutes. So to start this off, Tampa Bay can go in a million different directions. I had them taking defensive lineman, who's actually now no longer on the board. So believe that. So in the first, so it said Light did exactly what I thought he was going to do. When I heard him talk the other day, he says, there's a lot of talent later in the draft. We don't have to force the issue in the first round, which to me means we're trading back.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he did. So here they are. First pick for the day 2 is going to be on the former world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So any thoughts, insight you guys think this might be?
I think they're going to go pass rush, or they might go pass rush. I think that or at least pass pressure. Maybe not rush in the sense of edge, but I think they want to affect the passer. And they're an aging team in several positions, right? Some of their players have already left, and more players will be leaving soon. And even the ones who don't leave can't play as many snaps. So I think they still want to keep building the defense, and they also will need interior offensive line. So I think it's one of those. I think it's somebody who can affect the passer, either an interior or exterior pass rusher. And I don't think there's any exterior pass rushers who probably go this early in the second. So I think maybe one of the interior pass rush guys or an offensive lineman, because they also, obviously with Ali Marpet going on to graduating, right, to the rest of his life, they're going to want an interior offensive lineman somewhere here as well. So somewhere in the interior, probably.
All right, Greg, what about you?
I'm actually going to lean more to the secondary still for Tampa.
Oh, yeah.
I think we might see a safety.
Jalen Petrie, maybe?
Maybe Petrie, yeah. Petrie or Brisker, depending on which one they like better, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you could go that route. You can go deep with the pass rush. We talked about it. And Dominican Sue still on the street. We know about Jason Pierre-Paul. All right, so you look at it. They're playing pass rushes are out.
If they do go defensive interior, I think it might be a guy like Perrion Winfrey.
Perrion Winfrey or Travis Jones, I think, are guys.
Or Travis, Yep.
You know, if you think edge rush, well, we got the boy Amafe's out there. Still.
Yep.
All right, so there's another.
They got a lot of options. That now lets them really surprise everybody and say Malik.
That would be quite interesting.
Especially because they just drafted Kyle Trask last year.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you're going to draft another one, 2 rookies backing up your aging veteran, a rookie and a second-year quarterback backing up your aging veteran is an interesting choice. So there's still 3.5 minutes left on the clock, so they're taking their time with this one. We saw everybody was pretty expeditious yesterday. Everybody was, anytime they hung on the clock too long, we had a feeling the trade was coming, and that's usually what happened.
The only breaks were when ESPN and NFL Network were screaming at them to give them commercial time.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it went pretty darn quick.
Well,
Yes.
Bruce Arians actually gets to wear his Aloha shirts now, as you can see now. He gets to wear he's a retiree, so he gets to wear retiree shirts now. He doesn't have to wear the team personnel shirts or the suits anymore.
He can challenge Andy Reid for the shirt.
Yeah. Well, I've seen Andy Reid in person. Those shirts are pretty big.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, those are pretty big. And I wear some big shirts. I can't. Those would still be big on me. But, all right.
Bruce doesn't look too shabby there, though. Bruce doesn't look too shabby.
Retirement is treating him well so far.
Yeah.
So at 2.5 minutes. So they're really taking this down to the wire.
Do we get it? Do we get a deal?
No, not with 2 minutes left. I think at this point the trade would have been done by now. I think
maybe, unless they've got a couple of different things that they're debating, right?
Yeah, well,
most likely a pick, most likely, but this is Tampa.
My prediction is there is more deals coming. I do predict that we're not done with deals.
Well, the pick is in. So we're going to find out very soon. So right now, very interesting list of names we have out there. Well, since everybody is very, very excited about quarterbacks, we're going to talk about guys that are on the market right now. I thought I saw the commissioner coming to the stage, but he's not there. This is actually down here at the Tampa Bay facility. Their draft party they're showing now. So Kenny Pickett was the only one to go in round 1. We have Malik Willis, who's most likely at the top of most people's boards. Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, Carson Strong. Right? And we won't even talk about anybody else this early. Okay. No. Right. Even that list is a little long for this point of the draft. But
some of those guys are going to go in the 4th. But yes, third. But yeah, some of those doesn't make it to the 4th. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, they're about to announce the pick soon. We'll hang on and keep going. So, which one? Low-hanging fruit is Willis, so we'll exclude Willis from this list. Who's the next one after Willis? Ridder, Corral, Howell, Strong.
I know everyone's sort of leaning Ridder now. He's gotten a late sort of surge, but I think there's a lot of love still out there for Sam Howell. And for good reason. He has a little more pop in his arm than, with the exception of Malik, maybe everybody else. And Strong, right? Strong also has deep in the class, we have guys like Cole Kelly who has a big, big arm. But amongst the guys that most people have in the first 2 tiers, he's got the best ability just to throw a football, right? I mean, that still matters. He's a much better athlete than people realize. In fact, fun fact, he outrushed Malik Willis this past season. He has more yards by 132 or something like that than Malik had. Most people don't know that. He outrushed Malik Willis. He was the leading rusher at Carolina this past year, right?
Exactly.
So he's a tougher guy. He's thickly built, and people like to compare him to Baker, but he's closer to Mark Brunell than he is to Baker. Right-handed, obviously, but like thicker. He's a bigger guy than Baker, stronger guy than Baker, and faster.
We got it right.
So to kick off day 2, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Logan Hall, defensive tackle of Houston. Yeah. So a name that we haven't even talked about yet is the first name off the board on day 2. So let's discuss Logan Hall's. It's
my number 35 player in this class. This is about where I thought he'd go too. The only question is, what do you do with him, right? Because he's done a little bit of everything. And he's one of those guys I thought the Browns would really like. Not so much to take him, early, but he's got a lot of everything. He had a really good 3-cone. He's a big body. He's moved all over the line for them. I personally know part of the operation that recruited him out of high school to Houston, and I have a pretty good insight into him. His best football, I say, is ahead of him. He needs to get physically stronger. For a guy that size, he's not super strong. Partially because he plays against a lot of super up-tempo offenses. And so you are working on your endurance sometimes more than your strength. But I think he eventually settles in as that 4-eye, and guy who kicks inside on those special, cheetah, fat, NASCAR, Formula One, whatever you call your all pass rusher package.
Yeah, I don't see him spending too much time on the outside with Tampa. I see him spending his time at the 5-tech.
Yep.
Yeah, and what you're going to see with Tampa is they like to play that hybrid front. They like to play a odd front at times, an even front at times. So just like they did with Sue, he'll play a odd front end, or he'll play a 3 technique where they go even and bring their edge rushers outside. So I think overall you're going to see that he fits that flex scheme that Todd Bowles likes to run down there. So it's they're kind of player. I mean, a lot of the D tackles we talked about prior to that still fit what Todd Bowles wants, but this is one that they really like. And here he goes to Tampa Bay to start the second round off. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Well, they're not on the clock anymore. They've already turned in their card. So we're waiting to hear the announcement of that one. I'll try not to cut anybody off this time. So Green Bay, we saw them make some moves yesterday. Is this finally the receiver pick that we were looking
I do believe it finally is the receiver pick.
I think we hear. Do we hear Christian first, or do we hear Sky first?
So I think it's either George Pickens, Sky Moore, or Christian Watson. I think it's one of those 3. And I think they're probably rated pretty close to each other. They're very different receivers, right? Because you have very large, so I sort of call them this way. Like you have a kind of a power forward, then you have a small forward, then you have a point guard, right? So it depends on which one you decide you want, but they're all really good.
All right. So they're about to announce the pick. So we're going to get that graphic going right now for the Green Bay Packers. And it is a wide receiver. So the Green Bay Packers go North Dakota State wide receiver Christian Watson from down here. Yes, from down here in the Tampa area, by the way, is a Tampa native. So we talk about deep speed, got a good look at him at the Senior Bowl in person. That big receiver with the speed to burn down the field. Not those big receivers that are just clunkers that catch the ball underneath all the time, that are basically, tight end light. This is a guy who can play outside, move around the formation, challenge defenses at every level. And I think it's one of those things, a little thing about his hands, quite a bit of drops.
He's got
but overall,
his ball tracking isn't elite.
Right.
But what is elite, along with, as you mentioned, his speed and size, he is a really good blocker.
Absolutely.
He's a really good blocker.
Yes, he uses that big frame very well. He does a great job of shielding and mirroring and stalk blocking. Those long arms, keeping that defender at bay. Something he does very well.
Yeah.
And we also have to factor in that he now has a guy who is far more accurate than his college quarterback. The drops may not be quite as much of an issue at this level for him.
That's true. That's very true.
He's got a guy who's going to drop it right into his mitts.
Yeah. I mean, he's a special kid. And
absolutely.
Right. And I have a friend, shout out to my friend Mark the Shark, Mark Chisholm, who put me on him while he was still in high school down there. And just like when he sort of put me on to Nelson Aguilar and a few others back in the day, I've known this guy since about 16 years old. But another guy who's a terrific multiple sport guy, track, basketball, football, could have played a couple other positions. I mean, in another different world, somebody puts another 20-something pounds on him, and he's a terrific outside linebacker. He played both ways in high school, and I mean, I'm sure you heard about him down there, Jeff, as well.
Absolutely. Actually, I know one of the coaches who was who coached him at one point. We actually coach together now. So it's actually he's one of the guys that let me know he was from Tampa originally before I even had a chance to really get a good look at him. So yeah, and the Titans are about to announce their pick. And of course, it's Billy White Shoes. Is that White Shoes? He's showing off the white shoes with the dance. So I believe that is Billy White.
That is Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I haven't seen him in so long. I forgot what he looked like. So we'll get ready.
Widener.
Yes. So let me get the graphic ready for these guys. Here we go. The Tennessee Titans with their pick. And the pick is Roger McCreary, cornerback from Auburn. So the cornerbacks, we were talking about which one was the next one off. I said yesterday, Booth was still on the board. We had Booth higher on the board. And
there's some injury stuff with Booth. I think that's what it is with him.
Yeah, so he's falling. And that's
it's either that or they only watched the North Carolina State game.
Yeah.
Because, if people did that, Andrew Booth was not going to be drafted, right? That was a nightmare game. Yeah. But
unless you're Mizzy, in which case it was the opposite of a nightmare game. But yes, right.
Yeah. McCreary's a good choice for them.
Yeah. And not the traditionally long corner that teams are looking for now. Yeah, more the actual traditional corner, that 5'11", 5'10" corner. But he's one of those guys that is aggressive to the football. He's definitely a guy that's going to make the tackle when you need him to.
Put him on the field side.
He has quality hips when it comes to changing direction. He's not special. He's quality, So he's one of those guys who's going to be able to change with ease, but then get somebody who's really, really good at route running with those double moves. He's going to have some struggles because he just doesn't change as fast as some of these elite corners do.
But he also has that compete inside of him. You saw his compete.
Oh, absolutely.
Week after week
against Jamar Chase from a couple years ago.
Yep. So I like that pick for the Titans. That's good.
All right. So the Jets pick is in. So
we got a deal.
Well, I told you the deals. It won't be the last one.
Oh, they had a lot of picks to make moves, but we saw it yesterday with on the back end of the draft for Johnson. They were asking, why is he still there? And that's why they made the move to go back up and get Johnson. And they're probably sitting there going, this guy's still there. Let's go back up and get this guy too. So give credit to the Jets for moving up. All right. We'll get details on that trade a little bit later. So right now, we're just waiting to see what their pick is. It's going to be announced. But it's real interesting when you look at guys that are on the board. Could this be more edge rush help? Could this be a linebacker? Because there are a lot of linebackers on the board. Could this be more offensive help?
So players, I think we're going to hear very soon. George Pickens, David Ojabo. I think he also another one of the receivers is going to go probably pretty soon. Bernard Ryman's going to go in the next 5 or 6.
I can see the Jets hiding Ojabo right now.
Well, I know one. This is actually somebody I've known since my childhood. Look at this. So Mario is, yes, I see you. Thank you. He's hoping the Jets get Briscoe or Harris. All right. So safety help is definitely a big one. You got the corner, get the safety to go along with him, or Christian Harris. Add some linebacker.
The other thing about this trade that's surprising to me is the Vikings keep moving back.
All right. So.
Because this was the Vikings in the Lions deal.
Yeah, I don't think I'm that surprised. I think they like the latter part of the second, and I think they're going to. I said I want to be from the middle of the second to the top of the 5th and have like 6 picks.
6. Yep.
And that's where the meat of this draft really is, and I think the Vikings and I apparently agree.
I think that's exactly what they're doing, right?
Yep.
Oh, wow. It's a little bit of overpay. Not much. I mean, it's minimal.
What did they get in return?
They went from 36 to 38. So they fell back 2 spots, right, and they got 156. So I'm talking about a difference of 20 points between the 2 picks. they got a pick for the pick they got extra is 33. So it's really negligible. You get away with 13 points. It's not a huge overpay, but I mean, you could gotten a 7th for that. There's a late 7th. I'm pretty sure that's what we had for 10
Give me
points.
234 and we'll do it.
Give me that guy that's going to compete for my special teams.
Yeah.
So I get an extra guy for that. I'll take that. All right. So here we're going to give the Jet selection coming up. As we've known, the pick is in. And Jet fans are ecstatic right now with the round one.
They are having maybe the best Jets draft in recent history already. So if they manage to get another high-quality player, I mean, we always use the term like long-suffering, crestfallen, dangerous to describe our friends who are Jets fans, but this could be a year that sort of turns things around for them.
All right.
More snaps, maybe at strong safety nowadays.
All right. So Breece Hall is the pick for the Jets. So we talked about adding possibly another weapon in the backfield. Breece Hall, there you go, to the Jets. And everybody loved Breece Hall. It was their number one running back. I said I had Kenny Walker.
Kenny Walker the third.
I had Kenny Walker, and I always think of Kenny Skywalker when I say his name.
But now you're going to pair up Hall with Michael Carter from last year,
and that's a heck of a combination.
Yeah,
it is. It is a real combination. Bilal Powell's going to have his one-day signing in retirement as a Jet.
Yep.
It's going to be something. Guy who's a highly underrated player when he came in. Sure. I didn't expect him to make the roster. He makes the team and is
really?
I didn't expect him to make the team that back. So they had a time.
I liked him at Louisville.
I liked him. I didn't think he was going to make the team.
Oh really?
And folks in upstate New York are not going to be happy that Breece Hall is not the running back that is headed to upstate New York.
Third, I think if I were them, I would wait a little later and get Pierre Strong. But whatever, that's just.
I mean, there's lots of options, right?
Yeah, well, let's look at the running backs because this is the first running back off the board. So we have a lot of them sitting around right now waiting for their name to get called.
Day 3 is when the running back one really began.
So
I think we get a couple of more here in round 2, but then as we keep going later, then we're going to get a lot of running backs picked.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we expected. I don't think we had anybody. I mean, I had 2 with a second round grade on them, and that's one of them right there.
Yep. And we'll see if we can go somewhere in this round as well.
All right. So the Texans pick is in. They're announcing that now. So here goes with the Houston Texans pick right now. All right, so Jalen Petrie is the pick for the Houston Texans safety out of Baylor.
He really fits also what they want to do in Lovie Smith's defense. So yes, that's a very good fit. That's solid work.
And part of the Baylor track team stays in Texas.
Yes, right.
And thanks for the stat, Julio. For those that see our social media, Julio is the social media impresario for Nuts and Bolts Sports. If there's something going on, he is tweeting about it. So that is the dude right there. But I'll tell you what, they didn't get one this year in the first round, but they got a good one in the second. Okay, a very good receiver in the second. So I'm really excited.
And if you want a little more trivia on that, at 34, that's the highest wide receiver taken in the Aaron Rodgers era by 19 picks because Devontae Adams was 53rd. So there you go.
All right. So we have a trade now. The Atlanta Falcons have traded up.
Yep. And there's going to be some more.
All right. So is this Malik Willis? Is this the one here?
This is
QB needy team. Malik Willis still on the board. Is this Malik Willis right here?
This is either Willis or Desmond Ridder, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's probably one of the 2 of them, unless they're truly in love. Who else? I mean, that makes the most sense. One of the 2 quarterbacks. Don't rule out Sam Howell, though.
Yeah,
I know people have sort of somehow left him for dead, but some NFL teams still really like him. Mark my words.
Well,
I mean, I started off the year with Carson, like you, Bill, and number 2 for me was Sam Howell, right? So just to begin the year.
And I still like both those guys. I think somebody's getting a steal in Carson Strong, actually.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. You look at the franchise; they don't have a type, right? They just go with what they like at the time, right? You think about it; they were the ones that drafted Michael Vick, changed the whole dynamic because everybody was still talking about pocket passer. Michael Vick was anything but that. And then to turn around years later and when they need another quarterback, they go to Matt Ryan, who was the perennial pocket passer. So for many years, they tried to get the pocket passer thing right. They didn't do it right. They eventually got it with Michael Vick, is the best athlete at the position. And now you turn around and they go back to the pocket passer. So do you go back to that best athlete at the position with Willis? Do you go back to more the perennial pocket passer, that taller pocket passer in Desmond Ridder? So that's a franchise that doesn't lean one way. That needle goes back and forth,
So he's a bigger, stronger, faster version of a guy like Alex Smith, right?
Yeah.
Or or Mariota. I mean, he's a big, strong guy. Well, not big, lanky. I guess lanky, tall. Lanky.
Is he really faster than Mariota? I thought Mariota was faster.
No, Mariota's 4.52.
Yeah,
he's 4.49.
He did run 4.49. You're right.
Yes,
I thought he was in a 4.5. I thought he was in a 4.5. I thought he was in a 4.5. So I was like, is he really? I thought they were.
Oh no, he's a really good athlete.
Yeah, no, I know that he is. Not a lot of weight on him either.
No,
and he is the quarterback that had the best draft process period, right?
Yeah, he had a really good run up.
Well, you could debate that with Willis.
Super high character guy.
Yeah, I mean, you can debate that with Willis. All right, so the Falcons are about to make their pick.
And this would be one of those change the direction of the rest of the, round kind of picks, I believe.
Well, we're seeing that same desperation by teams. Go up and get it now. Don't wait for it to fall to you. If I got to go get somebody, I got to go get them. So the Falcons are about to make their selection.
Yeah, except for the team.
All right, so after this pick, we would have brought on Dom Chorosky. He's having some technical issues, so we're hoping he gets that straightened out. We get him on. In the meantime, we're still waiting for them to announce the Falcons pick. This is taking forever, but this is part of that part of the draft where they do everything to keep you, the fan, engaged. Meanwhile, us draftniks are always engaged. If you haven't noticed that for the past year, we're always engaged. Make sure you stay tuned. By the way, Wednesday night we are back with our final episode of the season, Nuts and Bolts Sports Draft Central, our draft recap show. So we will be back for that. Make sure you tune in Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. All right. Also, we're still waiting for this pick. How can I do a promo and they still haven't picked yet? So,
they have picked. They just haven't announced.
Arnold Ebitike. I have always
actually a really good pick.
It is a good pick. I will never get his name right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Arnold Ebitike.
Yeah, Arnold Ebitike is. We talked about guys who are quicker in getting their win, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's up there with Karlaftis and Hutchinson amongst the guys that have amongst the highest win rates and quick win rates, like under 3 seconds. He gets there very quickly. He's very efficient. He's a guy that was terrific even at Temple, and it took, I guess, him getting to Penn State for people to kind of wake up to how good a player he was. But he's good at Temple too. I think he wore number 9. He's at Temple.
9.
But you're always going to get more attention also when you go from the losing program to the winning program, because they don't. That's another thing. You got a lot more attention.
And Mr. Ebikette is this year's pet cat of Mr. Kuiper himself. So this is Kuiper's pet cat, who has now been picked.
Well, he's a really good football player. Beyond the pet cat thing, he's a really, really good football player. He's good against the run. He's good against the pass. He's really strong for a guy that's not huge. and he moves well. Like there's no huge hole in any part of his game. And I think he's going to play in the league for, 11, 12 years at a fairly high level.
And he's one of those guys that we talk about scheme diverse, right? We talk about a guy that could stand up and rush, the guy that could play with his hand down and rush. Well, going to a team that tends to float back and forth with their scheme. That plays odd at times, that plays
odd and even. He can play both.
Yeah, so he's once again another guy that fit works right for what they're trying to do. So
I really, really wanted him in Pittsburgh, but I'll survive.
He's also very good against the run.
Yeah, he's good against everything. Like there's no hole in his game.
No.
Even when he was asked to drop in coverage, which wasn't often, he didn't look out of place. He didn't look lost or frightened or whatever, like some guys do when they're asked to do it. So, like I said, there's a lot of things in his game that I really, really like. I'm trying to remember the player he reminds me of from the other guy from Troy, not DeMarcus Ware. That would be a little too rich. There was another Troy pass rusher that he reminds me of.
Are you thinking early 2000s, Bill?
Yes.
Not
Massaquoi, the one between it, right?
Between Massaquoi and
Massaquoi.
Right.
He'll come back to me at some point. But he's a really good footballer.
Because of course at this point we're now talking about 2,000 players who have been picked.
Right, exactly.
We're going to remember all of them.
But I mean, his floor is like Jerry Hughes, right? I think that's
Jerry Hughes is nice.
I think that's at minimum what you're getting is Jerry Hughes, and he could turn out to be better than that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Chicago was on the clock. Their pick is in at 39. So we're going to. They went to a commercial, so they're giving us time to see who this pick is going to be. Overall, we're seeing teams jump up for exactly who they want, different positions. So it's not like we're getting a run on anything as of yet. We're getting a nice mix of picks early here in the second. Guys that some people aren't talking about. If you're not watching the national guys, they weren't talking about the D tackle from Houston. They were talking about the guys from Georgia. They were talking about the guys from Oklahoma and and even Travis up in Connecticut. They were talking about. They were, but this is one of those guys they didn't talk about enough. And he got his name called very early.
Well, Logan Hall and Arnold Wikipedia, both guys that give you versatility, we talked about, and great production in Wikipedia. And Hall, while he isn't incredibly productive, is above the margin for error line, right? I mean, there's enough to go off of what he's done in terms of solo tackle market share, in terms of what he's done in terms of tackles for loss, and even sacks, that you feel like there's enough to build off of. You're not starting from, it's not a gut rehab, right? You're not starting from the studs. There's something to work with there with him. And of course, once again, incredibly versatile.
And he's going to a team, and Hall's going to a team where he doesn't have to be relied upon to go outside and get a sack. He does not have to do that there. Other teams that they had taken him, that's where all the pressure would have been. Is he going to be that guy in the NFL?
Right. Well, as you say, he doesn't do the man there. He's going to rotate through, play multiple positions, and learn, which is probably the most important thing. They got some really good people to learn from. Very smart defensive minds there, and some
beginning with the head coach.
Correct. Exactly.
All right. So they should be announcing soon. They are back, as we see here, from their commercial break. So we're just waiting for them to come to the podium and let us know who the Chicago Bears selected here in the second round. All right, and we're starting to get some movement here on the stage. So with that being said, let's get the graphic going. Chicago Bears pick is in. And the graphic is not coming up, so we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go without it for right now.
Oh boy!
But look at that. Kyler Gordon is the pick for the Chicago Bears. All right, so finally Gordon comes off the board, the other Washington corner. So let's talk about Kyler Gordon. Bill, you're still muted, so yeah.
So the other Washington corner, he's a better fit for a team that wants to play zone than McDuffie. He's a bigger guy, not quite as athletic, but his ball skills aren't quite as sharp, but he's longer and stronger, and he's going to be able to hold up a bit if you ask him to do some of the tough guy stuff that teams that do run. I mean, they don't run as much coverage as they used to, obviously, in Chicago, but they still, do it a decent amount. They're a little more multiple, but he's a guy, once again, that played for Jimmy Lake, understands a lot of how to play different coverages, and, has, let's say, a good blend of skills.
Bears fans are not going to be pleased, but Bears fans, please be patient. The secondary was a big problem, and there's lots of wide receivers in this draft.
Correct.
Yeah. So,
and I like Gordon as a pick a lot. I like him a lot.
I like him. This is around the range where I thought he would start to go, be second. And if there's a late run, if there's other runs on other positions and corners are getting pushed down, that he could have gone, early third. But I felt the second was probably the best spot for him. He was going to go in the second round once the top corners came off. Yeah. But overall, you talk about it, he has some great body control. He's one of those guys that is a corner. You see body control almost wide receiver like at times.
He has good balance.
Yeah.
I like when teams pay attention and they go to, as we've been saying all through this process with corners, especially the other corner, because the other corner is the guy that gets tested way more often.
Yes. And
they've been engaged.
Right. Like I said, I think he's a guy that gives you a certain amount of versatility.
Yeah.
And he could even play a little bit inside, though I think that's where McDuffie will make most of his hay as an NFL player. But I think Gordon is capable of doing it as well, though he's the longer, stronger guy who's probably going to be a boundary corner.
He's more boundary, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a classic boundary corner. Reminds me a little bit of Brandon Flowers, for those who are old enough to remember Brandon Flowers. But he reminds me of Brandon Flowers. And, like I said, he can do a little bit of everything, but he's going to have a nice NFL career. And he's in a good spot for the kind of player he is.
Yeah. And like I said, the Bears, they addressed something that needed addressing.
Yes.
They've got an excellent pick. Don't panic. There will be weapons for Justin Fields in this draft.
Yes. It's a historically deep group of wide receivers.
Yes. Yep.
All right. So the Seahawks have the pick. It's in. While we're waiting for that, we're going to go to a quick commercial. So we'll be right back with more draft coverage here at Nuts and Bolts Sports. It's Nuts and Bolts Sports Draft Live. All right. So we'll be right back.
Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout. Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
So we know the Seahawks pick is in, and let's get that going. The Seattle Seahawks pick has just been turned in, and with yes, that's right. The Seahawks.
We got a Pete Carroll pick.
Yes, the Seahawks have taken Minnesota defensive end Boye Mafe. And we talk about speed off the edge. This is a burner. Okay, yep. Boye Mafe brings that quick step, that burst off the edge, that body lean when he makes the turn in as he's trying to beat the tackle in the corner. I loved him when I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He stock rose to me when I went back and watched his tape even more after that. I said, oh, this is a guy who I came into the season, I knew about. I thought he was going to be more of a mid-round guy. But watching his tape this season, watching his Senior Bowl workouts and performance, he's a guy that rose all the way up to day 2 for me.
And he's going to be somebody. He's going to be somebody that going to Seattle, he's going to learn how to game plan his attack.
Right.
That is the one thing that you wanted to see him improve upon is his game plan. Because the physical tools are all there, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And I think this is a team that took Bruce Irvin 7th overall, if memory serves it correct.
Yeah, I remember that pick. Yeah.
So they're getting a similar player, but they're not overpaying.
No.
Right. So this is the kind of player that they clearly have liked, maybe too much in the past, and now they've moderated. But they're getting a guy that I think will give you something similar without, all the, like I said, everything you have to do to bring in a guy that early in your draft class.
And they're really quickly back up with their next pick too.
Right.
And there we go. We got
Kenneth Walker.
Yep.
All right. So 2 running backs. We're starting to get the run on running backs a little bit earlier than expected.
Yeah.
Well, that's been it for the running backs for a while, though. I mean, I hope you enjoyed it. We don't hear another running back call for a while, but he is a really, really good all-around running back. Like, he catches the ball better than I think people realize. That was a question mark. I don't know why. He did play at Wake Forest and was a third down back. Much of his time at Wake Forest, he caught the ball quite a bit. Just because he didn't throw the ball as much this past season to him. But you can go back and look at his tape from Wake Forest. That's allowed. So you can see that he can catch the ball, catches it well. Maybe not, like Chandler, the kid from Tennessee, or the level of James Cook or something like that. He's not almost like a wide receiver like those guys, but he's a solid catcher of the ball. He understands at least enough about this protection you have him on the field, but you want to work on that. That's probably the greatest area of growth. But he has good vision, really good burst. I mean, probably one of the best in terms of that getting up to top speed very quickly. He can accelerate, decelerate, and reaccelerate really well.
And of the new era stats that we hear about, he led college football in broken tackles.
Yes. He forced them.
Yeah. So he's not easy to bring down. Again, like you said, Bill, the criticism that he wasn't a pass catcher. Okay, why didn't you pay attention to what he did at Wake Forest? Right? Because it's there.
Yeah, and it's people tend, if you're doing lazy analysis, you're going to make that assumption, right? Because if you know the offensive scheme, you know certain things about a player. He didn't fit what they did in the running game at Wake Forest, but there were plays there at Wake Forest that shows you the player he was. So when you get on to Michigan State, which is a run-heavy, play-action offense, where he's not going to get a lot of catches because plain and simple, he is the emphasis of the offense, running the football, and then the misdirection of him running the football to open people up down the field on the play-action passes. That usually doesn't result in that same guy touching the football again. So they have to understand the offense if you're going to evaluate the player properly. That's one of the things I hate it with. If it's NFL personnel making that mistake, then that's quite egregious. But usually it's on the media side that happens.
Right.
You know, where guys like us who are in the media side, we have to say we're guys like us because we're on the media side. We're not paid by the 32. So, excuse me. That's usually where that misevaluation happens, and that's usually the guy that goes out there on TV or on a podcast and says, "Well, he's not as great a pass catcher." Well, you said the same thing about Dalvin Cook, and now you're eating your words in the pros.
Who is from a very similar offense from the one that Walker was in. So, once again, but they put it in his belly, they pull it out, and they throw it to someone else, like a tight end or a wide receiver. It's unlikely they're going to fake it to him and then throw it to him. That's not impossible, but it's difficult. So, but once again, there's enough out there that I saw Jonathan Taylor catching the ball, though he didn't do it a lot. I saw enough to tell me, okay, he can do it. And then once again, you can find tape if you really want to that'll let you know certain things. Does a guy have to look at the quarterback to catch the football? He's able to, turn his head
and go
field on like a wheel route. And I saw they didn't do it a lot. He went on a couple of wheel routes, and I saw him spot the ball, go up, snatch it, and it's like, okay, this guy's fine.
What was that weight game? When he was still there, was it
the Penn State game?
Penn State, right?
He went absolutely nuts on Penn State.
Yeah. It was Penn State that he had a great game against them.
He caught the ball on a couple of those wheel routes and talked about against them after, running roughshod all over them in the run game.
So the Minnesota pick is in. For those watching, you're seeing all the graphics, the pick is in graphics. That's going to start to go away as the picks come in faster because after a while, that pick will never, that graphic will never leave the screen. So, that's going to stay on there as the picks come in now, and as they come in every 3 minutes, you can forget about the graphics. It's just going to be more content than it is just the digital.
You got it.
So, just to let everybody know, we like the digital stuff. It's going to go away as soon as the picks are lightning fast. It doesn't even come in like that on ESPN anymore.
I think we get Minnesota, and then we got Indy after that, right?
No, the Giants are next.
Or Giants, sorry.
So we have Minnesota's pick, then we have, and this is a trade. So they traded up with the Colts.
Right.
This was the Colts pick. That's what. Okay, that's yeah.
All right. So there's something that Minnesota wants there. So we got now. Unless it's a trade, the next 4 picks after this are the Giants, Cleveland, Baltimore, Detroit. Okay, so we're moving pretty fast, and I must say last night moved pretty fast as well. A lot of those picks, like I said, we got to to pick 10, and I was like, this is the fastest I've seen 10 picks ever go. So
I think we see one of the receivers go somewhere in that group of picks you mentioned. Might be Sky Moore, might be George Pickens. I think Nakobe Dean finally hears his name called somewhere in that group of picks that you just named. And the Browns won't touch Ryman, but somebody else might. The Browns are very wedded to their guardrails on age. So
I was just about to say, are we about to hear Ryman's name in Minnesota?
Yeah, well, I was going to say I was going to mention we haven't seen the run on the second tackles yet. So my question to you guys is, because a lot of us had, some of these guys going in the first because the offensive tackles are big need for teams. The Vikings pick's about to be announced. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold off on going into that conversation until after this pick is announced for the Vikings. All right. So while they're doing that, let's get the Vikings graphic going and let's talk about the pick that comes in for the Minnesota Vikings.
The first.
All right, and they're still talking. So, as we're waiting for the Vikings pick to be announced, us at least, they know who it is.
Former Hill Street Blues star Ed Marinaro,
who was number 3 in the Heisman voting in
71. Yeah.
I think he was right out of Cornell.
Yep. Good Lord, Bill and I can go back in time.
Well, just think about that in its own. Ivy League and Heisman in the same sentence.
Well,
you don't get that anymore.
The last Ivy League winner was Dick Kazmaier in 51. Is that right?
51. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not even in the same. That's like an oxymoron these days. You don't hear anything about Ivy League and Heisman in the same sentence.
But between 51 and 71, there was 2 or 3 other guys who appeared as finalists for the Heisman. Yes.
Was Brian Dowling a finalist in his? I don't know. He was a semi.
He just missed, didn't he?
Yeah, Brian Dowling was a semifinalist, not a finalist. Right? Yeah, but yeah, there've been a few Ivy Leaguers, even into the 70s, who were at least semis. The thing about Ed Marinaro, and of course, obviously, former Viking. 2 things. One is he had injury concerns. 2, he wasn't blazing fast. And then the thing that really was a nail in the coffin was Chuck Foreman getting drafted a couple of years, maybe 2 years later, and being fantastic.
Vikings
Chuck
fans
Foreman
was
73.
The Vikings fans are anxious. They really want him to announce this pick. He's still talking. They're all sitting there, hands rubbing together, waiting. Yeah, there they go. They're like, oh yeah, read the card. Read the card.
This is the first draft of
that is a beautiful jacket for him, though.
Oh yeah, he looks lovely. First draft of Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who is the first GM to be one. I mean, he's African American, not in the sense that his family has been here for generations, but he is the children of immigrants and grew up playing basketball and soccer. So he has an interesting background.
Yeah,
a New Jersey native, and that's why he was vamping. Looks like they got the pick to him late.
Yes. Well, no. He had the card the whole time. They had to tell him to read the card. He was going off into a tangent. But Andrew Booth is the pick.
I thought Booth would come off the board soon.
Yeah. So Andrew Booth, we were talking about him saying we were wondering why he was falling. Medical was a thing that people talked about. Well, is another physical corner. So, I'm liking that we're talking about physical corners because for many years that wasn't one of the staples of the position we talked about in the draft. We were having a lot of guys who are more cover corners, and when it came to tackling, they didn't tackle. So, I think I like the fact that the way offenses play now in college, it's making these guys tackle again. If you can't tackle in college,
it's going to sort of push the other direction against that. But things you like about Booth, there's things I don't like, right? I don't like some of the techniques they played him in.
Yes.
My complaints about Shuffle Bale. But he is a guy that will come up and strike you. He is a guy that, like I said, a little bit handsy, a little bit grabby. They'll have to work on that. But he's unafraid of coming up and run. He's and of course, there's a rep of him against a guy who's like 6'6", Lavelle, what's his name? Lavelle Davis at UVA. Yeah, he's got a good ability to high point. He's not afraid of big guys. In fact, he's better against big guys. He's sort of a big guy specialist almost, and he may have some struggles against really small, quick guys.
Well, for fans that don't understand Shuffle Bale, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Oh, the Giants took Wan'Dale Robinson. So,
whoa. Well, we got ourselves a surprise.
Some of those. Well, I mean, he's small, obviously, but very, very quick. Very, very good in the return game. They're getting, if nothing else, a guy who's probably going to be a Pro Bowl return specialist. And
I didn't see this coming. I kind of thought that they could have been here, the first team to go tight end.
Well, I said another receiver's going to go off soon. I didn't think Robinson. I admit that. I'll admit I thought it might be Sky Moore or maybe George Pickens, but Wan'Dale Robinson goes ahead of those two guys. Didn't see that coming.
But this is a curious move though, and I'll tell you why. We were just talking about Tony being on a trade block, then that dried up right before the draft, and here you have a guy that you could draft to replace him in the slot.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting development there. So does Tony last till the end of the draft now? Because now he could be back on the trade block and be gone and get a draft pick for him today. So that's a real interesting thing there. You just had one of your starting slot receivers because Shepard was kind of outside inside, so he's more your Z. But you have one of your slot receivers that you drafted in the first round last year. We were about to get rid of, and now the new GM and the head coach, because remember they're not married to this roster.
That's right.
They inherited these guys. They didn't pick them. They inherited these guys. So Tony was a guy that they inherited. They were willing to deal him before the draft. And now they just drafted a guy that can replace him.
Deal him, yes. So,
well, I think we could very well hear a 6th round draft pick is going to the Giants.
Yeah.
You know,
which is interesting because you just drafted the guy in the first year before. Granted, that regime is gone.
Yeah,
pick is in for the Texans, who are on the clock now. Another team that's moved up. So we talked about this flurry of trades, and they're starting to happen.
Yes,
okay.
Which means the Browns have dropped back.
And then this is where I would thought the trades would have been more plentiful, because the talent in the middle of this draft is so plentiful that teams are going to move around for a specific guy that they want, for a specific position that's hot right now, because it's not as good later on. You're looking for starters now still. So it's not like you're just filling your roster with quality talent. You're looking for guys that are going to play significant snaps and contribute to your roster right away. So Robinson, like I said, if you're going to replace Tony, that's a guy you replace Tony with, because he's going to sit in that slot and create havoc. You know, you're talking about speed. You're talking about elusiveness, right? He's going to give you stuff in the return game, as you said, but also in the running game. You're going to be able to do stuff with him that you didn't do with Cole Beasley in Buffalo. All right? You're going to be giving him jet sweeps. You're going to give him reverses. You're going to do stuff with him to get the ball in his hands, not just down the field and in the short passing game, but in the running game as well.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of Eric Metcalf to him.
Absolutely. Well, there's still a couple of QB needy teams. So the question is, where does he go if the Falcons didn't take him? Well, there's still that team in Indianapolis that could use a quarterback. So that's a great place for him to go, because you got Matt Ryan on a short-term deal, right? He's also older, so you don't know how long he's going to last, right? You get Malik Willis. He could be starting by year 2 or 3. Yeah. So you don't know what could happen with him in Indianapolis. You know, if Matt Ryan gets someone a magic run and goes to the Super Bowl and says, "Okay, I'm going out on top," well, your quarterback's already there, and he's better than any other quarterback on the roster. He's better than Sam Ellinger. He's better than the guys you had there. I don't remember if Jacob Eason is still there. I don't think he is, right?
I think it's going to be a team that has draft capital to move. So it's one of the teams that lurks, lays in wait, says, "Okay, he's fallen now to this point. Now we're going to pass." I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a team that trades back up or whatever to a point where they think they can get him and gets him there.
All right, so the Texans pick is in. They're making it now. And the pick is Joe Mechie, wide receiver, Alabama.
Okay.
So the second wide receiver from Alabama.
Receivers are going off the board. Not the guys I thought would be the first couple of the second-tier receivers, but these are the second-tier receivers coming off the board.
Where's the Canadian flag graphic?
Yes. Where is the Canadian flag graphic?
It didn't make it through customs, unfortunately.
Where's the clip of Tony Kornheiser at the end of PTI? Where is it?
It got blocked by the trucking blockade there.
Yeah, great, yeah.
So
Mechie's an interesting pick for them. I think you're going to find that a guy that'll be happy having Mechie to throw the ball to is Davis Mills.
Well, and I'm going to say this, I gave Davis Mills a late 3rd grade last year, I think it was, 4th round grade. So I did have him as a average starter, a quality backup. All right. So he came in last year. He was horrible early, very, very bad. Came on later in the year, but what you didn't see was a lot of talent for him to throw to. So I think what they're doing now is, okay, well, we're going to improve this team because we believe in you.
Yep.
And you're one of our favorite qualities. You have a guy with a nice arm, and you're also cheap. So when you have a salary cap friendly quarterback that you believe in, you're going to put a lot of talent around him because you can afford to go out there now and surround him with these guys you're not paying a lot for, and you're going to get a chance to keep them. And if he comes around and gives you quality numbers, he may not have that starter contract when it comes time. He may get that 30 million instead of that 48, 50 million that these guys are getting.
Well, and here's the thing. Mills is now second season. Next year, number 3. Next year, with the moves that they've made, getting rid of Watson and all that other jazz, they're estimated to have $120 million.
Yep.
Yeah, and he, like I said, he's not going to cost unless he explodes and it starts to say I deserve top tier money. I don't think he's going to get that. I think he's going to get the $30 million if he does remain a long term starter.
Yeah.
So the pick is in for the Ravens, by the way. So we'll be announcing that soon. We talked about the trade last night, Hollywood Brown being shipped out. So they got the extra first round pick. They had to give up a third to go along with Hollywood Brown to get that first round pick. So to the Cardinals. So I think overall, could this be another guy? Because they didn't really draft a receiver to replace him. So could they'd be going wide receiver as well.
This could be Pickens. This could be Sky Moore. But they also could go with one of the corners or one of the safeties. I wouldn't be shocked if it was a guy like Brisker. Wouldn't mind. They like defense, obviously.
And they could go edge.
They could, and I think they wanted to, but the board didn't just shake out for them in such a way that they could earlier. But yeah, I could see them definitely going with one of the pass rushers.
Well,
whatever pick it is, he'll contribute.
Absolutely.
This is the Ravens. This is the Ravens. They don't have.
DaCosta is used more of that old school mentality, and they're about to announce the pick. So
I'm guessing it's Ojabo, right? Because they keep looking at it. They keep looking on
wait a minute. It switched to says Lion selection. So
then never mind.
And so this is interesting. Wait, no, that's not the graphic. That's what it is. Okay. And this is a very Ravens pick. The pick is David Ojabo, Michigan. Okay. Very Ravens pick. We talk about how they love their pass rushers.
Yeah.
Well, there's their pass rusher. Once again, I was just about to say it before we got to this. Eric DaCosta, the GM there, likes to let the board fall to him. Very old school, very Ozzie Newsome-ish. Doesn't make a ton of moves. I'm going to watch the board, let it fall the way I want it, and make a decision there. And here you go. You saw it last night. Hamilton falls to him.
And here's a franchise. Here's a franchise that can get away with having his red shirt year.
Yeah,
they can get away with it, right? So this is the fit. It doesn't shock me at all that this is the way that the Ravens went.
And Ajabo's that athletic defensive end that, once again, is a late bloomer. Didn't play until late, in high school. Still learning the game, but freakish athleticism. But I think overall, when you look at him, you talk about Aiden Hutchinson and what he was able to do. I think you're able to do stuff like that when you have this guy on the opposite side. When teams can't slide to you and double team you and do all that stuff like they could to Thibodeau, because there was nobody on the opposite side of Thibodeau.
Exactly.
Thibodeau had to be their pass rush or else. He had the ability to say, okay, well, here is a job. Here is on the opposite side of me, Ojabo, who's doing a great job.
But here's the guy that's going to get to that quarterback in 1.1 second. I mean, he's going to get there.
Yeah, he's he's got the components that you like.
Yeah.
His moves aren't very refined as of yet. As mentioned, he's not a guy who's been playing the game at a high level for a very long time. But when you look at his components, what he's made of, the stuff that he has, and once again, you trust your coaching staff. You're thinking you're going to turn this guy into a 7.5, 8.5, maybe even 9 sack guy because he has the talent, right? He has the raw skills, the raw, the physical components. Like I said, he's got the building blocks. Now you just need to refine those building blocks.
All right,
they're going to pair him with Oweh.
Yes, the Lions pick is in. So right now it's Key is on the Josh Pascal from Kentucky is the pick, edge rusher from Kentucky, Josh Pascal. So
and he's sort of like Logan Holland, that he's really sort of cleaner. I mean, there's some I think he's going to spend some time on the interior as well.
Yeah, and he has that build that you're going to probably add about another 10 pounds to him, because he doesn't have the length and the speed to capture the edge consistently at the next level. He's not the heavy bender that's going to be able to drop the dip and rip when he's turning the edge turning the corner on the edge. So I think overall you're going to look at him as that guy that you're going to most likely work further inside, reduce him inside, add a little more muscle to him, get him a little bit stronger so he can play against the run. So he has the ability to, when he loops inside, to take on those bigger bodies. He has to rush them down the middle. I think this is what you're going to see with him. Certain guys, that you can't do that with. Carl Lawson was that guy. You couldn't do it with him. It would have totally reduced Carl Lawson to something else. Certain guys you can. I think he's one of those guys.
Right. I think about guys like Turk McBride. When I think about him, a little bit like even guys like Frosty Rucker, those guys who were a little bit of
Frosty Rucker. Wow, I haven't heard that name in forever.
Yeah, that's why you bring me on these things. But guys like that who are a little bit of both, right? A little bit of tackle, a little bit of end, in terms of what they do and how they do it. And yeah, he's a strength guy, right? What he does with the use of his hands. And he plays a good flat back, good, like leverage guy. But as you said, he's not a terrific athlete. Not a terrific athlete to be a true outside guy. You can't do wide 9 stuff with him. He's not going to do the things that you're looking for from, the Von Millers of the world or the Khalil Macks of the world. He's not that. But if you do want to be a hybrid, right? Even, he's a guy that kicks outside in some situations, kicks inside in others, could even hold up at 3 technique in certain special situations.
Right. 3, 5, and 7.
Yep. 3, 5, 7. Yep.
Sub package. But he did show some very good run stopping ability.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has a good job of sort of controlling the lineman and seeing around him.
Yeah.
Yeah, to figure out if he needs to go inside or outside.
Yeah.
All right. So Washington is actually turned in their cards. We're waiting to see who they have selected. The Commanders now. I'm still getting used to all these name changes. The Commanders. First it was no name at all. So many years of calling that other name.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
the most evil organization in football for us for many decades.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you something when it comes to Washington. So my oldest nephew is a Cowboys fan, mostly because his uncles were Cowboy fans. But he wasn't always a Cowboy fan. His father was a diehard Washington fan. So you could imagine the twisting and turning of his stomach when his son was running around going, "Yeah, go Cowboys! How about them Cowboys?" Because because he loved his uncles so much that he wanted to be like his uncles, so he became a Cowboy fan.
It's what the younger generation still has no clue about the deep, and I mean deep-seated hatred between Washington and Dallas. much more so than it is the Eagles. I mean, it's just
Giants or anybody else. Yeah.
Well, if you know those rivalries, you know it's because of two coaches.
Yep.
Okay, it was because of George Allen
Yep.
with Washington. This hatred for Tom Landry and anything Tom Landry, but then also you had Buddy Ryan. Is really where the Eagles rivalry turned nasty. So with Buddy Ryan,
well, the Buddy Ryan era plus what happened to Michael in Philadelphia, that was the kicker. That was the kicker.
But nothing. I think what made it so venomous was the Bounty Bowl.
Oh yeah,
the Bounty Bowl is what put it over the top.
Yeah.
It was a rough rivalry before that, but nothing was like the Bounty Bowl when you had guys literally being taken out.
Yes,
body bag.
Yes. All right. So that was the game where I think it really made it.
Oh yeah,
bad.
It got ugly at that point.
George. There was a division rivalry with the Cowboys in Washington before George Allen came to town, and then all of a sudden George Allen ramped that thing up 150%. Everything was about we got to beat those Cowboys.
But even in 1961, it started right then and there between Washington and Dallas, just because of the names, right? It's oil and water.
Yep.
Yes. All right, so here we go. Alabama D tackle Fedarian Mathis is the pick here.
I'm not surprised. They love Alabama players.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Well,
and another Alabama defensive lineman reunited with many of his former friends and colleagues.
Well, Ron Rivera loves it. I think that's one of the programs he loves to get guys from. They have to do less coaching with those guys. They're more plug and play. I think there are more talented D tackles still on the board. But I think this is a solid pick. You got a rotation of players that he fits right into. You talk about the guys Payne and
Jonathan Allen.
Thank you. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Yeah.
And Allen already inside. There's no fall off with this young man. Well, there's a fall off, but not the kind of fall off that we're talking about. So I think right now you're looking at it with Mathis coming into the mix, a solid defender who's going to come in, fill the role for them. He's not going to be a Pro Bowl starter, but I think he'll be a solid guy that eventually, if they're going to move on from one of those guys, it's going to be him coming in and being a solid starter there and a solid contributor in a rotation. I think that's going to be the thing now. Everybody's going to have this rotation. Nobody's going to have a set two guys inside. There's going to be 3-4 guys inside, unless you just have that one special player. Then it'll probably be a little bit tighter rotation than that. But for the most part, that's what that's going to be. The Bears are on the clock, and they're literally 45 seconds to turn that card in before they get skipped. So this is always fun. It looks like they turned it in time because they turned the clock off. So so the pick is in.
I think this is where we get to hear Sky Moore.
They need receivers. There's no doubt about it. New GM, so we're getting to see his first draft. We're going to get a good feel for him.
Offensive lineman, though. I wouldn't rule out offensive.
No, I wouldn't rule it out. But so here's another question. All right, how big is the gap between the tackles that we saw? You know what I mean? Because if you look at the way they're getting picked up now, all right, we were talking about tackles coming in, back into the first,
right?
And it didn't come to fruition. So okay, maybe they'll start to come off the beginning of the second. It hasn't come to fruition. So was there a bigger gap with the tackles that we saw in the second group? You know what I mean? Because we've seen one here, one there. We haven't seen Ryman's name, right? So there's a bunch of guys we are not seeing as far as those second tier tackles coming off in this draft class.
I think it's because the teams that have picked Jeff have had a specific thing in mind.
Yeah.
Because I don't see the gap. I don't see the gap being huge.
Right. I think, like I said, I don't think it's Ryman though, but
no.
I think I won't be shocked if it's an offensive line. I don't think it's Ryan, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's an offensive line.
It is not. It is safety Jaquan Brisker.
Oh,
So Brisker finally
Wow.
comes off the board. A guy that I had mocked towards the back of the first finally comes off the board here in the second, which is still in range for Brisker. And I wouldn't say this is a drop for him. I think overall, when we're looking at it, this is where a realistic range for him. If it wasn't the back end of the first, it's going to be down here.
This tells me that Eberflus wants to run a lot of hybrid packages.
Yep.
And because they went corner and safety.
And it's great value. It's a great value also. Yeah, that pick makes sense on multiple levels. Brisker is a guy who can play. I mean, he could theoretically play either safety position.
Yeah,
and is good enough in coverage that you can ask him to do things in the deep middle. You can go, split safety. He can blitz. He's good against the run. Like he doesn't have any big holes in his game either. He's a really good player.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the word going forward is split safety instead of the free safety, strong safety that we were all used to forever. It's a split safety now.
Right. And those guys have to be able to do all the things, right?
Yeah.
He have to do everything, and he can. He can.
And Brisker, I also like in the run game. He is unafraid of coming up and popping somebody.
He has no problem with contact.
Yeah.
No problem being in space. No problem being in the line of scrimmage. Like he can do it all. That's like one thing I like about him. He's a really well-rounded safety, and I mean, I'm sure people are going to come down on me 1,000%, but I like him as much or more than I like Callan Hamilton. I think he's going to be just as good a player. And
what? And again, there's another position where this gap was supposed to be. And I don't see such a huge gap between Hamilton and Hill, who were the first round graded guys, and Petrie and Brisker. I don't think that gap is huge.
Well, I think grade wise, it's not a huge gap between those two. I think, play style wise is a huge difference.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it comes into play. What kind of safety are you looking for? If you're looking at more the play style of Hamilton, Brisker is more of that. But I think what you look at that is, I think there's a gap there. It's not huge. It's not a chasm. But
that's
it's
right.
sizable. It's sizable enough that should have separated them at least by 15, 20 picks.
And where you have Petrie and Hill be more in common on the other respective teams, right?
Yeah, because you're getting that more nickel-ish safety.
Nickel-ish. Yep.
So I think that's where it's that feel for the position, and then you compare those the grades and go, okay, yeah, I think that the bigger gap would be more because the Petrie and Hill are very similar, and I think those guys, the gap in the grade is a lot tighter.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Hamilton and Brisker, I think it's a little more because I think Hamilton gives you a little more in the coverage aspect. But I think overall Brisker has the ability, range wise, I think he's a rangier player than Hamilton. Because Hamilton, I think, has to see it and anticipate it. I don't think that it's a natural blazing speed aspect as far as adjusting to the football. No. You saw that at times when he was middle of the field versus certain teams. I saw it against Florida State the first week. It was just a straight go route, and he wasn't looking at it. He was looking at the QB, didn't recognize the route, and he couldn't get over there in time when this corner was beat. So I think overall the Saints are on the clock, so we're waiting to see what's going on here. Brisker was the last pick. We did talk about that, so we haven't missed anybody so far. So we're waiting for our guests. So we've had a couple of guests who were supposed to come on. They're not here, so we have kept the show rolling. We do this, TV. We do not stop. So, all right. With that being said, within a few minutes, we should have another guest coming on. All right. 9 o'clock, we have another guest. So yeah, we have every half hour going forward. We're supposed to have a guest. So we'll keep you as soon as we see people logging in. We'll let you know when it's happening. If not, it's this business as usual. We got a draft to talk about. It's about these young men anyway. So Saints pick is in.
Now,
So-
here, do we actually hear a quarterback?
It's a
I won't be
possibility.
shocked if we hear a name like Sam Howell, but I think they probably want to keep adding either to the protection around Jameis, or I could see them trying to add a difference maker on defense.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
But they could also, if they're looking at more weapons, we could hear Trey McBride.
It's possible. McBride's possible. Sky Moore's possible.
That would give Jameis another outlet, right?
Right.
is it a little early for Trey McBride? That's the question.
It's early, but boy, he would be something that fits into their style.
And don't they have Ursula Jr., don't
It
they?
wouldn't blow my mind if they went with Kenneth Walker. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. I think that if they
Walker's off the board. So
Walker's off the board,
right, he is right. Never mind. Yeah. So it's not a running back, obviously.
Yeah, but then again, because of Kamara's legal issues, I think we see one a little bit later.
Well, yeah, they're definitely taking a running back at some point.
Point.
You still need depth, even with Kamara.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't think they have a lot of depth at the position. So I think that's what they need. They're about to announce the pick, so going to get that going for the Saints. New Orleans Saints about to make their pick here in the second round. Dustin Poirier makes an appearance at the NFL draft. And it's Alontae Taylor, back from Tennessee.
Wow.
One of the ones that you don't hear a lot of if you're watching, the networks. Here's another one of those corners we talked about. And people, this is where you don't scout the helmet, okay? Because this is a very good player.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of people are going to look at it and say Tennessee. They're not a very good program. Right.
Well, I mean, Alontae Taylor is once again height, weight, speed.
Yeah.
I mean, like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got all the measurables, and his tape is very good at places. Some people think he might end up being sort of like Daxton Hill, right? A guy that ends up playing a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But I'll say this: I'm a little surprised he went this early. But yeah, he's sort of another sort of hybrid safety, corner, nickel, whatever kind of player.
They just showed him at the Tennessee level where they played Kentucky. He had a very good game against Kentucky, but obviously when it's Tennessee and they get an Alabama at them or a Georgia at them, it becomes a different ball game, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you like I said, is that he's a guy that can play probably three different positions in the back half year. He can probably play true free safety.
Yeah.
He can play nickel and he can play outside corner. So he gives you a lot of flexibility, and he's a terrific athlete. Absolutely marvelous athlete.
So
And again, he's another guy in the secondary that does not mind coming up and smacking you.
He's a good solid tackler.
Yeah.
Good enough ball skills. Not elite, but good enough ball skills.
Good enough.
Like I said, the versatility and the height, weight, and speed, I think, is probably what sold it.
That's where I like the free safety idea with him.
So they're about a little over 2.5 minutes for the Chiefs to turn in their card. And we're less than 6 picks away from getting a reaction from Greg when the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Lord.
So we saw them go defense last night. I expect them to go defense. I had a Karlaftis mock to them. They got Karlaftis.
Yep, same as I did.
Do they go offense here?
No. I think they still keep going defense. I may think the offense at some point, but I think unless they like an offensive lineman.
Oh, we have a trade.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter now.
Kansas City now has traded the pick to win New England. So the New England Patriots are now on the clock.
And this could be anybody.
Yeah. This is Belichick. So from Bug Tussle University.
This could be literally anybody.
He does have a penchant for taking kickers when people don't expect it.
Yes. I don't think it's Jordan Stout or Matt Ariza, but you can't fully rule it out. But I do think
the kicker.
but I do think that and there's Patricia back on the farm.
Yes.
But yeah, I do think they go inside somewhere, either inside defense, inside offense. I don't know which one.
I'm going to lean inside offense.
Okay. Well, then I'll go the other way just so we can disagree.
All right. So inside offense.
Well, maybe.
I don't know.
Inside offense. So do we see Darian Kennard, Jamari Sawyer, Sean Ryan, Cole Strange?
Strange last night.
That's right. We did call Strange last night.
I'm just news.
Dylan Parham, Lecitus Smith.
Dylan Parham sounds like he might be a guy that Belichick would actually take to.
So double up on guards. Yeah, go Strange then Parham.
But the Parham, you also get the center capability too, right?
Right. But yeah, and they're both super athletes. I mean, the most athletic guard tandem in football at that point.
Yep.
And it's a minor move. They go from 50 to 54. So Kansas City will still be picking in the next couple.
What did they give up?
158.
Oh, okay.
158. So it was a minor move. So they didn't give away the house. So I think you're getting into that point, unless they don't have a pick coming up where you're jumping up a whole round, then you're going to start to see a little bit more of a jump in trade value. But I think right now, when you just talk about 5 picks, you're going to see a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th round pick thrown in there.
I think that gives Kansas City. I think that gives Kansas City. That's 5 or 6 picks in the 5th round for them.
Yeah,
they're loaded. Yeah. Dallas and Kansas City are loaded.
Probably use some of those to move back up.
Yeah.
Specific spots in the 3rd and 4th.
Yeah,
they're gonna have a good day here. Brett Veach is a really good drafter. That's not news, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Not telling anyone they don't know. He's a really good drafter. Yeah, I trust him a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so we're still waiting for them to announce this pick. So the Patriots.
Yeah, I think we got more of the special stuff happening.
No, it's just the dais. It's just guys like us talking right now. So since we're talking, we're going to make it productive talk. As we're waiting for them. So meanwhile, all right. So we talked about the guards, who it could possibly be, and just as I say that, and so I have to get ready to get us something else to talk about. Here they come with the card. So the Patriots pick is about to come up here after the trade with Kansas City, and here we go.
I said I'll go interior defense.
All right, so the Patriots pick is in. Lawrence Guy is at the podium. I'm not sure if he's going to make the pick or the young man.
Arizona State.
That's where he was going to make the pick. We're going to see here. They haven't announced it yet, so he is going to let the young man make the pick. All right, so all right. We're still waiting for them to fully announce this. And not even the website has it faster. So they really do wait on TV. Oh boy. And when they interact with the crowd, it really drags us out. So Tyquan Thornton. I did not expect him to go this early.
Oh, well, they got
I did not expect him to go this early.
They got faster. They got much, much faster. I think I had mocked a Baylor player to them here, but I think it was Jalen Petrie who actually had mocked to them.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody had Thornton in a second. Did you know anybody had Thornton in a second?
Nope. I had him going late 3rd, early 4.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, we know the Baylor guys are all fast. It's just they're even saying it now with Bills. We've been saying this whole draft process. The Baylor track team, okay,
Yes.
but did his production and his skill set warrant a second round pick here? But this is
case scenario. You're getting a hell of a gunner.
Yeah,
So and Belichick loves special teams.
But here's something that it's a different type of target completely for Mac Jones from what they've had.
Very different.
Very different.
Super raw, extremely fast.
4.38, wasn't it, Bill?
He doesn't do anything super well yet as a receiver, except run. So
Right.
He can really run. 4.27, I think. But
yeah. But didn't he get readjusted though? Wasn't he readjusted to like 4.38 or 4.37?
I don't think it was remember that much, was it? I think it was readjusted, but I don't think it was readjusted that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, but he's still very quick. He's Anthony Schwartz from last year.
He's very, 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 very fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does bring into question how he'll be used because he's pretty much run a fairly stripped down version of the route tree in his collegiate career.
Yep.
He's run some fades and goes, some crossers.
Be interested to see what they do with him.
Yes, it will. Yeah, it will be. We'll be interesting to see. He's corner routes a little bit, but I mean, there's not. A few double moves, but there's like the hitch and go or whatever. But they once again, that's I believe my coaching staff pick. I believe my coaches get it out of it.
Yeah, I'm baffled. I'm speechless. Listen, we sort of reached at one yesterday, but that guy was at least a first round player. He's not even on my board anywhere near second round graded. He's not even anywhere near the top 5 on the board now. Right at the position. But
this is the Patriots. This is what they do.
Yeah.
I mean,
right. No, their approach, as has been discussed, is quite different from quite literally everyone else's, and they don't care. They do not care about your board, Jeff. They don't care about what the media says, what the fans say.
Yeah.
Booed or whatever. No, they don't care about that stuff. They place a value on a player based on some very specific things that they like, and then they go get that player. And your feelings be damned.
Well, let's put it this way. I just got a guy that's going to blow the top off, and you're the Jets, and you drafted Sauce Gardner. You try catching up with this boy. You're Tre'Davious White. You try keeping up with this guy.
Yeah, he's ludicrously fast.
Yeah, they're going to go after those corners deep, right?
It's also ludicrously fast.
It was adjusted to 4.28.
4.28. Okay. I don't remember where his adjusted time went to, because some of those times was in that first segment, especially.
Yeah.
Well, it's also ludicrously fast. Us going to a commercial break, so we'll be right back with more.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.
So they're about to announce the Philadelphia Eagles pick. With that being said, we're going to do that. We're going to get that started. So as soon as we remember where the heck the Eagles are. So, yeah. There they are. That the dreaded logo. Center alert, we have Cam Jurgens to the Eagles.
There we go.
So we talked about the Eagles in the mocks where I had Linderbaum mock to them saying, well, you got an aging center. They got to work on the interior line. So guard is going to be another thing they're going to look at. Well, the first lineman they take is a center.
Cam Jurgens.
You had the wrong undersized but very, very explosive center.
Yes.
Now it's a matter of controlled aggression with Mr. Jurgens. He's a little reckless at times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing that Buddy's going to be behind a guy who has been a great center in this league in Kelsey. He's going to learn. He doesn't have to go in and be the guy right now. I think that's a very good place for him to go.
Well, the Steelers pick is in, so we get to see Bill Carroll's reaction. It is Chase Claypool, former second round pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers, current leading receiver.
Yes, Mapletron, as some people try to call him.
Another Canadian.
Yes,
and
all right, so the pick is George Pickens.
There's George.
Yes. So they lost James Washington, replace him with George Pickens, the Georgia receiver.
Another one of the better blocking wide receivers in the class.
Blocking wide receivers,
yes. Bring it home. A guy who's a big-time recruit coming out, originally committed to USC, changed his commitment. Had trouble staying on the field a little bit, but when he was on the field, showed size, is a good athlete, good body control, catches the ball easily outside of his frame.
Yeah.
He's never been the guy exactly. That's my one concern is he's never been a guy that just takes over and just dominates. Like Drake London or some of those other guys do where they take a game over. But you're hoping that being around people like Chase Claypool, and they do a good job of developing receivers, obviously, in Pittsburgh. So, I'm hoping at very least he becomes a top number 2.
And the other character issues about yapping off and all these other sort of things. Mr. Tomlin is in Pittsburgh. He is going to be a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So the Colts pick is in. So we're going to get the Colts pick right about now. And they add more speed with Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. So this wide receiver run is happening. Yeah. The second wide receiver run is happening here in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I did say would happen sometime around here, yeah.
And I would be all cheers there. They need they need him to take the top off of defense. We talk about the weapons there. T.Y. Hilton was always their main weapon in the last few years. Yep. He's not under contract. You still need guys that can not only take the top off of defense, but also be consistent pass catchers. I think he gives them a bit of that in both ways. He has the ability to run routes, quality routes. I think he still needs to be polished a little more on the route side.
Yep.
But overall, a guy with amazing speed has a way to lull DBs to sleep before taking off vertically and pulling away.
In the Bearcats offense, he wasn't asked to do
a lot. Yeah,
a lot.
And I think he uses his body well on catches.
Yeah, they had him work in the middle of the field a lot. Yeah. He used him almost like a possession receiver, despite the fact he's a 4.41 guy.
Yeah. So the next selection is got to be Kansas City. So Kansas City has got to be on the clock now. So this is the trade back for them with
So run on receivers could possibly continue here. This could be where Sky Moore comes off.
Yeah. And that's the name that was attached to the Chiefs as soon as the combines and pro days started. The Chiefs were in love with Sky Moore.
And he, once again, this is where value, I mean, this is perfect, right? You get all, the value is there, the pick is there, it's all there. That's actually a really good pick for them.
Yeah, and you're still not hearing the tackle names. We're hearing receiver, you're hearing so the fact that Ryman is still out there at this point, you're going to be going to be looking at the Lucases, you're going to be looking at the Faleles.
I mean, I really think that is the majority of it, and don't like a player who's old.
Here's the one.
But it's the offensive line position where guys tend to have the longer career. So you think that age is a little bit less of a factor in that position when it comes to evaluation than a guy that doesn't have the wear and tear of some of these guys who've been playing since they've been in the Pop Warner youth level. So I think overall those factors have to be, if you're just going to use it as an age factor, they're definitely not doing themselves a service.
Here's the one other spot though where we may get a linebacker too.
Well, we haven't had a run on them yet, I think, but we're just starting to get to the point where those guys,
like
we're getting to the point in the draft where those
this could be.
I
was just about to say we could hear Nakobe Dean right here,
but
because if you look at the Chiefs, if you look at
fall for him, that's a fall for him because
absolutely,
he kind of was back.
Well, I mean, we use the term fall, but the NFL never had him as high.
No. I agree with you there, Bill. I agree with you. But the thing is, we can only go by what we go by. It's not like they're sharing their boards. So that's the only thing about it. It's not like we're getting somebody that gets a chance to peek in there and go, they don't have them there, guys. So we need to research. We got to go by the information we got.
And the thing is with Dean, we saw so many impactful, insightful, high intellect plays from him that this doesn't seem like this guy should still be on the board at this point. With the play that we saw from that Georgia defense,
Sure.
Dean was the guy that disrupted stuff. He made the key stops. He did all of that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah. Right. Well, how about this though? You look at the guys that made the plays on that defense. We talked about the D lineman. We talked about the safety. The next to guys were the linebackers, right?
Yeah. And
we're not seeing the linebackers going. You're not seeing
Dean. I think we knew the linebackers were going to come off later.
Yeah,
I had Channing Tindall come off later. I
have Tindall later as well, but Dean wasn't the guy that we had later.
No,
I think he's the guy we had higher. So they say does it say that he wasn't in the grading that they're saying if this is where he's graded? Let's not say like Johnson. I don't think Johnson was graded back end of the first. I think he was graded higher, but teams found other needs. People that wanted receivers went to get their receivers, pushed him down the board. Teams that wanted what was there available when it fell took that ahead of them. And there's people who said, well, we like him, but we don't need the pass rush. We need this.
Is he being caught though because he's only 6 feet tall? Right?
Well, he's not even that.
Not even that.
Yeah.
We took Roquan Smith in the first, and he wasn't 6 feet tall.
Yeah. But again, because of the added features of linebackers being in coverage so much against a tight end and things like that, are they saying that this guy isn't going to be able to give us that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, the Chiefs selection is in
because that's one of the best things he did in college.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out, though.
All right. So the Chiefs selection is in. And it is Sky Moore.
Yeah.
Receiver, Western Michigan.
You nailed that one.
And people will never look at Western Michigan as a wide receiver factory, but they're putting out a lot of wide receivers.
Yeah, I was like Greg Jennings would argue there.
Yeah. But they put out a lot of wide receivers. So I know people don't like to say that they are, but you need to really start. They put out a lot of quality NFL players.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one left tackle in the league that's made a lot of money from there. named Moten.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Davis in New York got a nice contract.
This is where
Isn't
some
that where Aquara's from as well?
Yeah.
This is where some franchises, though, in their penchant for only Power 5 guys, they lose out on somebody like this.
Yes. All right. So the Cardinals pick is in, and there's Cliff Kingsbury in his suit with the shirt open, looking like he's going out to the club in Miami. So a couple of years ago, he was in his living room looking like he was in the house of the future. Now he's in the war room looking like he's about to go hang out with Will Smith in Miami. So, all right. So, look at that face, Aeneas Williams, Swag Man.
Yes.
Right.
So do you.
I was not going to say the school because, I'm a Grambling guy. But all right. So the pick is in for the Cardinals. It's Trey McBride, Colorado State. So the first tight end of the day comes off the board of the draft, and in total comes off the board. And listen, this is one of the top receiving tight ends in this class. He's a little more do it all than some of the other guys are. Not the biggest though. So he's one of those guys. He's going to be that move tight end. He's going to get moved around a formation, get the motions, be off the line. At times, he's going to be flexed out. But I think overall, he gives you everything you need. He gives you the ability to run routes, that deep ball skill, the ability to separate.
Yep.
And he can block. He's a quality blocker. He's not a big
George Kittle.
Yeah.
He's partly because he's not completely insane.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a nice blend of all the stuff you want at the position and just big enough, right? He said move tight end, but he can hold up a bit in line as well, even though he's not a giant.
Yes.
But he fits the horizontal game that Kingsbury prefers over the vertical.
Absolutely. And you look at it, he'll be the move tight end because who's their Y right now? Zach Ertz. So it makes perfect sense to bring him in. You have the multiple tight ends. You got the multiple receivers down there in Arizona now. You bring in Hollywood Brown to be your dynamic slot. I think overall what they're building in Arizona.
And there's his two moms right there.
Yeah.
And his brother, who was a teammate, was over on that side, Toby, who was a defensive end.
Defensive end. Yep.
So we're getting Jerry Jones in the war room on the phone, which means the pick is in. Because if anybody who's ever seen the Cowboys war room, when that phone's in his hands, he already knows he's talking to the young man already. Yeah. So their pick is in. We're just going to wait for them to announce it. So we've seen the first tight end come off the board, and tackles keep falling off the wayside. Linebackers are slowly trickling off the board, very, very slowly. They're not even trickling. It's a very slow drip right now for linebackers. Yeah. But receivers are plentiful. And we said it was one of the most talented receiving class. They're going to feast on it. And Roger Goodell himself is going to announce the Cowboys pick, So there won't be anybody special on this one. It's going to be Roger himself.
It's going to be Roger announcing the pick or another suspension to the Cowboys.
Nobody's special.
All right, and it's edge rusher Sam Williams from Ole Miss comes off the board. Okay, so the Cowboys faithful are a little bit happier. They got what they wanted, and this is that Randy Gregory type player, and that speed on top of speed, athleticism, not a huge frame, but a nice linear build.
First round tape, 5th or 6th round character stuff.
Yes.
Bingo.
Yeah. So I guess they average it out, and this is where he goes.
Yeah.
And for me, it's I didn't want to go edge. I really didn't, but this is the Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, tell me what would you have preferred them to take at this position here?
I would have gone linebacker. because Sam Williams doesn't give you run stop ability. He's not he's okay against the run, but he's not somebody that I consider to be like a great edge setter.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see with Dallas when you get picks like Sam Williams is it's about the pass rush.
Yeah.
Okay. You lost Gregory. You did resign his backup.
Right. The last time you took a defensive end with scratch and dent sale character stuff.
Yeah. I mean, but you resigned his backup, which was the kid out of Kansas they drafted a few years ago, Dorrance Armstrong.
Yep.
So he had some quality production last year, but he's a rotational piece. So here you add in another rotational piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Another guy that's going to add to your pass rush. Okay. I think you're still looking at, Micah Parsons. You're still looking at healthy Jabril Cox. You're still looking at Van Der Esch on a 1-year deal. So I don't think they're trying to rush the position. I think that what they did was they actually did a little bit of a need reach in round 1.
Yeah.
So here they looked at it and said he was probably rated at a decent spot on their board right now. So they probably said, you know what, we got a good grade of him. We're not reaching down for him. He's right in the range where we have him on our board. He's an edge rusher. We can use more edge rushers, and we're going to get fine linebackers when we come back in the third. So I think that's their mindset behind the pick.
Yeah.
I would because realistically, like I said, when I'm looking at the second round, I didn't have too many linebackers in this range as far as getting picked. I have them more late second going third. I think third is where you're going to start to see that more linebacker.
This is where I would have liked to have heard the names either Leo Chenal or Chad Muma.
Mm-hmm.
That's who I would have really liked to have seen right there. Because I think there's enough rotational guys in that front already. We've just added another one.
But does Chenal really fit what they do? Because like I said, when I look at Chenal's game, he's a big body, so he can be your Mike, but he doesn't have the range of a Mike that fits their scheme.
No,
he could be more of a 3-4 Mike.
Yeah, but that's where I would have had Muma.
But for me, Muma was more of a stand-up 3-4 outside backer.
Yeah,
and I think that's where Chenal fit better.
Yeah.
So I don't really think he fit what Dallas wanted to do.
No, Chenal was not as much of a fit. But again, those names, right? This is the area where we had those guys in that 50 to 65. This is where you started to see them a lot. So
indeed. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one more commercial break. We're going to come back with a special guest. We'll have Rachel Marie come on, and we're going to have some Detroit Lions talk. So we'll be right back. Talk about the Lions in the draft today. First guest of the night. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back as we're recapping the draft here on Nuts and Bolts Sports.
Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
So we are back, and we're going to bring on Rachel Marie, and we're going to talk about some Detroit Lions football. Rachel, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Anytime.
Happy Droughtmas to you too.
So we got to see the Lions make some aggressive moves yesterday. We saw the first pick with Hutchinson. They jump back up. They get a wide receiver Jamison Williams. Tell us what you thought. First of all, tell us what the fan base, the Lions fan base, how they're feeling about that right now, and then tell us your thoughts on those picks.
So it's really hard for me to encompass how the entire fan base is feeling as a whole. I would say on average, Lions fans are all over the board. So I've seen many people really happy and a lot of people kind of upset or maybe somewhere in the middle where they just weren't really anticipating a move up and then for them to take a wide receiver. Personally, I wasn't sure at first either. And sometimes with things like this in the draft, just takes a little bit of convincing for me. I did end up feeling pretty happy with it. What I think they essentially did, I mean, I think the trade value itself was great. And then going up there and getting Jamison Williams, I think he was going to be the number one wide receiver on a lot of teams' draft boards. Obviously, he's coming off of that ACL injury, but we know that ACL injuries aren't really what they used to be. And he's already saying that he's a little bit ahead of the expected timeline. So if we can get him there at training camp, that may be a little bit early. But if we can have him out there this season, I think that's still a realistic expectation. And I was absolutely thrilled to take Hutchinson at 2. We were really served that pick on a silver platter. I was going to be okay with Thibodeau or Hutchinson there. But I think you can't go wrong with somebody who was kind of the number one overall consensus pick of this draft. So I was absolutely thrilled with that.
All right. So free agency, you didn't really go heavy with the money. You guys didn't spend a lot of money. You got some key guys here and there. Overall, what is your feeling on the Detroit Lions offseason so far?
I think that Brad Holmes is going to grow this team through the draft more so than in free agency. You can tell just because he's not really putting a lot of money into these veteran contracts. A lot of 1-year prove it kind of deals. You know, do you want to be here after this? But I think his main focus is growing this team through the draft. It's a little bit different from what we saw in the previous regime. I hate to even bring up Bob Quinn because that just sits so negatively with a lot of this fan base. But it's definitely different. And just as an evaluator of talent, I really like what Brad Holmes is doing. And I think, you know, he's not even necessarily taking this quick approach, but it seems to be very well thought out. And thus far, I'm happy with what he's doing. In Brad Holmes, we trust. That's where I'm at.
All right. So you've got the more player-friendly, stern coach that you had during the previous regime. Of course, the wins weren't there last year, nor was the talent. So far this year, they've done a good job of building things around Jared Goff. People keep trying to insinuate you guys taking another quarterback to push him out. What do you think the Lions' feeling is with the future of Jared Goff currently in Detroit?
So, to the dismay of some of the fans, as it stands right now, I think Holmes is comfortable with Goff. At least throughout next year, as far as like the cap hit and whatnot, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see them take a quarterback in this draft. However, it just doesn't feel to me like what they're going to do. I think they're going to hold out until next year. I think Goff is their guy for 2022, like it or not. But I do think that they are putting some important pieces around him. We've seen what he can do with some deep threat wide receivers, and hopefully we can see bits and pieces of that, if not get back to that here in Detroit, that Goff that we saw when he was taking the Rams to the Super Bowl. I know he kind of had a couple down seasons after that, but throughout the last 8 games of last season, he actually finished pretty strong. So if he can bring that to the table in 2022, then I think I hesitate to say that I think that they're going to keep him after the season, maybe into 2023. But I think for right now, at least, they're not too worried about a quarterback in this draft. Just my opinion. I would not be surprised to see them take one, though.
Okay. So far, they really haven't had the chance to get that corner that they wanted opposite they were picked a couple of years ago.
It's still one. Okudah didn't quite work out, obviously.
Yeah.
And they had to move on from Slade. But there's corners available even deeper in this class that are going to be solid starters. You get like Damari Mathis out of Pitt later, go home happy if you get Pitt, if you get him.
Yeah, I mean, still hoping for a Jeff Okudah bounce back season. Of course, injuries have plagued him throughout the start of his career in the NFL. Still kind of rooting for him. But like you said, this is a deep draft there with DB. I mean, even at safety as well. So I think Brad Holmes' main focus, so far has clearly been to pressure the quarterback. If I was an opposing quarterback and I'm staring down the line that he's putting together, I think I'd be pretty scared. But like you said, with this depth, I'm definitely expecting that he addresses safety. I think we could potentially see him take a corner and definitely linebacker as well. Although I do believe that they like their linebackers a little bit more than we, the fans, do. But yeah, I'm sure that we'll see him addressing some of those needs. Definitely safety, probably a corner as well.
All right. Bill, you have any questions for her?
Sure. So Brad Holmes, obviously, now your team shares DNA with the Rams, right? And you've seen how the Rams built their team. And people pay attention to the shiny objects. And yes, they had some big money free agents and some big trade pieces, but they actually led the entire NFL in players drafted that started for them, and particularly in players drafted in day 3, right? Late round draft picks really were a big part of the Rams' success. Do you think, one, that you're expecting the same thing there? And how much do you think your team is going to start to look like basically the Rams Midwest?
So that's a really good question. I have to put faith in Brad Holmes in these middle rounds because, like you said, he's had a lot of success there. And even if you take a look at last year's draft, he found a couple gems there in the later rounds. I believe Levi Onwuzurike was later, and we ended up really liking him. Aleem McNeil, if I'm not mistaken, was the 3rd round last year, and he already was making an impact out there. So to be honest, I wouldn't be upset if we're kind of seeing Rams Midwest because especially defensively, what he put together out there is pretty phenomenal. So, if that's the comparison, it's better than the Patriot way that we tried with Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind it at all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Greg, do you have anything?
Well, I was just going to say, as far as the Lions go, those losses last year, those were painful losses. They were not blowout losses.
Not at all.
This is a team that is very close to being very competitive.
Yep.
And I think the one other area that you guys haven't talked about at all, I think they may later on add one more running back to this mix. I think they're going to add that one more rusher.
Interesting. I haven't really thought a lot about that because as it stands, there is some depth at running back. Obviously, DeAndre Swift, Jamal Williams will be back at least this season. And then they were rotating a couple other guys in and out. However, you've got something there. Honestly, that was a suggestion to me that I haven't even heard yet. So I haven't even kind of thought about that. If I can ricochet the question back to you, do you think there's any particular running back that they would have available in a later round that would be worth a shot?
Yeah, there's a guy from Notre Dame who would be a 3rd down back for you, Kyron Williams.
You're incorrigible.
I'm not incorrigible. It's a fit. It's a 3rd down back. And I think Kyron Williams would make a nice addition to that group that they already have there in Williams and Swift.
If you'd also like a guy who is similar but is faster and better hands, there's guys like Ty Chandler.
Ty Chandler's another option. Sure.
But
you know I'm going to choose the Notre Dame guy and keep him in the Midwest. I mean, I'm going to do this.
Oh, God. Yes, you will.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I hadn't thought about that too much. Like I said, I wasn't thinking of running back as a dire need. I've definitely been very defensively focused. I mean, we were 31st ranked DVOA. So, defense has been at the top of my mind for sure.
Yeah. And I think that's an area where the Lions steady progression, right? With what they're going to get with the home state guy in Hutchinson, I think character has arrived in the Ford field, and that's a big thing.
I agree. I definitely think Brad Holmes has prioritized that as well. And I think that's kind of like a Dan Campbell thing. You know, he wants guys that want to be here, that want to leave it all out on the field, that have heart, have leadership qualities. You definitely see that in Aiden Hutchinson, which is kind of what I think pushed him over the edge over Thibodeau, because I know that Thibodeau was in contact with the Lions pre-draft. He even wore buffs to the draft. So I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it seems like Thibodeau might be a lock. But I do think that it's things like that, the leadership qualities, the heart, the desire to be here. You know, Hutchinson came out afterwards and said, pick me. He wanted this the whole time. So that's the kind of players that they want, players that want to go out there and play for Dan Campbell like they did last year. You know, lacking talent, they still kept so many games close. And it was fun to watch those guys just kind of leave it all out there on the field. That's the kind of coach that Dan Campbell is, and he wants those guys that want to go out there and play their hearts out.
So, since we got Dan Campbell as the subject right now, we've talked about, you know, the character that he provides to his team. Let's also talk about the opportunities that he's provided to his staff. We know at the Senior Bowl, he took more of a step back role and let Deuce Staley lead the way for practices and lead the team. Overall, what do you think of the culture that he's providing with that organization, not just with his players, but with the staff?
I love it. It's so refreshing after the previous regime. I mean, Patricia, it was like you wanted him to show something, some bit of emotion, but it really wasn't there. And Campbell kind of coaches with his heart on his sleeve. And I do think he's providing awesome opportunities for his staff to step up, do the things they want, do things the way that they want them to be done. I saw articles stating that Aaron Glenn was really pushing for Hutchinson here in this draft. And I think that was strongly taken into consideration. You know, Aaron Glenn had interviews with other teams to be a head coach. I think we're very lucky to see him back this year, but I think next year there's not a chance. And I think that he's going to continue to provide these coaching staffs with the opportunity to grow within the organization and then ultimately outside of it as well, which is about the best thing you could hope for in that scenario.
Indeed. I you know, seeing at the Senior Bowl, that's one of the first times I saw that, where, you know, the head coach is doing all the interviews and we're at media day and Dan Campbell's the one doing the interviews. But when it came to practice, he's standing back and letting his staff take over, especially Deuce Staley was running the show. So Deuce Staley was the de facto head coach at practices. And it was a great showcase for his skills going forward, trying to get a job as a head coach. So kudos to Dan Campbell for that. And I know that the Jets also did the same thing with Robert Saleh. But overall, I think that was a great job by both of those guys, because when I was there the last time and the Detroit Lions were there and Matt Patricia was there, Matt Patricia was running everything. It was his show, you know. So we get to have fun talking to you again tomorrow. So we're not going to burn you out tonight. So we'll keep you on a little bit longer tomorrow when we get all the draft picks in, because I think we have you in later in the draft. So we're gonna keep you on a little longer. So we can let you get a nice meal in tonight, get relaxed, because you get to come back on tomorrow and hang out with us and talk about this whole draft class and going forward towards the season.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time tonight, guys. And I'm actually interested to see your next guest, because if I looked at the schedule correctly, he's going to be talking Minnesota Vikings. So I'll be tuning in. I'm really interested to hear what he has to say about the draft so far.
Well, believe you me, we're roping people back in. And he was like you, he's coming both days. So we'll see him tomorrow as well. So, but definitely thanks again for coming on, and we appreciate it. We're going to see you tomorrow. So make sure we have plenty of time to talk about this whole class that you got. I was hoping we get a pick in with you for Detroit, but it just didn't work out when you're on the here. So
No worries.
but don't worry, there'll be plenty more to talk about tomorrow. That's the beauty of this thing. They'll be trading around and loading up, and we'll have plenty more time to talk about this draft class. And then, of course, going into training camp, let's try to see if how you feel that the 53 is going to pan out. So that's going to be fun.
Absolutely. I'm happy to come back at that time too.
All right. So Rachel Marie, everybody, we're back tomorrow. So make sure you tune in tomorrow because she's back tomorrow. We're going to be talking more Detroit Lions. So we're going to go. The Niners pick is in. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a commercial. We'll come back and we'll see what's about the picks that were that happened while we were gone. So we'll be back, everybody. Thanks again, Rachel.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now. Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
And we are back. So, with the 61st pick in the draft, the 49ers take Drake Jackson from USC. And so, another edge rusher comes off the board. I'm going to recap the last couple of picks. So, Drake Jackson is the pick there for 49ers. Before that, the Bengals took Cam Taylor-Britt from Nebraska. The Vikings took Ed Ingram, LSU. Troy Anderson is the next linebacker off the board, Montana State. Luke Godke, we're talking about that offensive lineman. Well, they have him listed at guard, so Tampa Bay is kicking him inside.
Inside.
He isn't coming through that door anymore.
Yeah. So he's not going to be walking in the tackle room. So Sam Williams, we saw go to the Cowboys. So and the Chiefs are on the clock. Made the selection, and they're announcing their pick right now. All right, so the pick is in, and it's Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati.
Okay, yeah. One of my guys. He's a good old-fashioned, old-school, strong safety. There's no hybrid about this guy. He's gonna come down and he is a blunt instrument. So it's good to see there's still a place for guys like him in the game.
He's going to be dealing with Mr. Gordon in Vegas and Williams and Gordon in Denver. They're not going to like dealing with him either.
No, he's no fun if you're being tackled, and he's got a high football IQ. He helped to make calls back there in their secondary, so you know that he understands the game at a high level. Marcus Freeman doesn't dumb it down for you.
No.
So if you play in that defense there, you understand assignment, alignment, down and distance.
Yep.
And they still have a need for those guys, but they play a lot more linebacker than they do safety because they bring them down like a monster now. But that's all it is. They're not playing as much, over the top in cover 2, unless they're in base packages, which is very rare these days. They're only in base packages about 30% of the time now. Yep. So, it's just evolution, I guess they keep telling us. Buffalo's pick is in. So we'll be hearing from the Buffalo Bills as we are just knocking on the door of round 3.
And do the Bills get their replacement for Singletary and Moss?
And this is where the rounds get longer, folks. So your traditional 32 pick rounds are officially over.
Okay? I think they get that replacement, but I don't think it's quite the serve.
With Hall and Walker gone, maybe not. They may go elsewhere, right?
I think that they'll wait and pick up, like I said, a Pierre Strong or Chandler, something like that, a little later in the draft.
And they're, of course, going to commercials. So we're going to have to wait for that pick.
Yes.
But here we are about to go into round 3, and no Malik Willis.
Nope.
I
no other quarterbacks. None.
I'm not as surprised as some people are. I thought that when people start trying to push the quarterbacks up, the NFL wisely said, no, we're not going to allow you to talk us into these players that we don't believe are ready to play. And there's some talent there. And I think that you're going to start seeing these guys come off. I think one comes off maybe in the compensatories, right? And I think 1 or 2 will come off, between now and the end of this, this day. And then there'll be a run on them tomorrow, right? Where there's no pressure and you're going to be a backup. And if it turns out you're more than that, we're pleasantly surprised.
Well, let's flip it. We've been talking about the top of the board, right? Let's flip it and let's go further down, right? Guys that were hoping to hear their name called this weekend at that position, especially if the quarterbacks went faster. And we're not talking about the Strongs, the Howells, and those guys. We're talking about the Purdys, the Thompsons, the Zapps, the Cones. And how about a guy like Akil Glass?
Yeah.
Okay. These are guys that were hoping these guys went, because the further they fall down, it further pushes those guys down.
Right.
And Caleb Ellaby in that group too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so some of these guys are going to get pushed out, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's what's happening to them now.
I can already see Caleb Ellaby and Akil Glass probably going UDFA now.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because Glass deserved to get his name called.
Yeah.
I think so.
A couple of quarterbacks that will make a team. Cole Kelly is going to make a team, because you don't see guys like that every day. And his arm,
yeah.
Somebody's going to grab him, even if it's an undrafted free agent. I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting a bigger signing bonus as an undrafted free agent than he would have gotten as a 7th round pick, because there might be a little bit of a bidding war for him.
And Cole Kelly's one of those intriguing ones for me, because he has the big arm, but he is that
big frame, big arm. Starts his career at Arkansas.
He's that you want to say Roethlisberger type, but he's not as
not quite Roethlisberger. He's more like a more mobile version of Ryan Mallett.
Yeah. Ryan Mallett. Yeah, Ryan Mallett.
All right. So the Bills pick is in. Let's get the Bills pick, and we'll get back to this conversation. And I think we're going to like this pick. So the Buffalo Bills. All right. So James Cook, running back from Georgia, is the pick for the Buffalo Bills.
So run on guys named Cook.
Yep. Ryan, James, and I had it. It was the running back.
Well, we talked about it. They wanted to replace Singletary, and they replaced him with a very similar type of player.
Only way faster.
Yes.
Do they keep Moss over Singletary, or the other way around?
Well, Moss gives you more
more options, right?
Toughness. But you want the contrast in styles. If you're going to do a committee backfield the way they do, you want a contrast. You can't have just two grinders. Right? You got
a room full of roving drones. That's not what you want.
No. You want a guy that's going to see a crease and hit it and be gone. And then you want that guy that's going to pound it in there on 3rd and 1, because the guy who's going to see the crease is usually going to dance around it when there's no hole.
Right.
So, and he gives you that. He gives you that lightning in a bottle type of runner. So Moss will give you that hard grinder inside, who you'll be satisfied is going to get you to 2 yards on 3rd and 1, as opposed to trying to break it. So I think that's where you look at it. And the Broncos pick is already in. So we're going to get the Broncos pick coming up now. So they were moving pretty fast. These graphics are going to go away after this, because this will be flowing at this point. The Denver Broncos. They just with that horse head. Where are you? There we are. Now, how about this one? Nick Bonito, Oklahoma.
There you go.
Okay, and if that's not a Broncos pick,
value, right? He's going to see the field, even if just as a guy who's a designated pass rusher, he's going to see the field early.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't put down the defensive coordinator's name on this, but I do have the head coach. We know who Hackett is. He's offense, so it's not going to tell you anything about the defense. But at 10-1. He's going to get that Micah Parsons type role. He's going to be a stand-up linebacker in their base packages, and then they're going to go to sub packages where he can stand up outside and rush the passer. I don't think he gets the consistent hand down in the dirt kind of role because you got Chubb, you got Gregory, but I think they're going to use him in that Parsons type role. He's going to be a linebacker. He gets the blitz from that position. He gets to come from depth, and then he gets to they get to reduce one of those other guys like Chubb inside, and he gets to stand up opposite Randy Gregory on the outside.
Yeah, and Ed Donatel, as in case you're wondering, is a very established coach who's, I think he has 42 years of coaching correctly. Some of it 42, but a lot of years. A lot of years. No, I think that's right. I think it's 42 years. Yeah. He may be the most experienced defensive coordinator in the NFL. And 31 of those years, I believe, are at the NFL level. So he's probably the winner as the most seasoned defensive coordinator in the NFL now.
All right. So the Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. So
go back a couple of picks before they announce Jacksonville. The 49ers pick of Jackson is just a perfect fit for them.
Yes.
He just lined so perfectly with what the Niners do.
Yeah, and they didn't resign Art and Key, I believe. So he's one of those guys that could step right into their rotation. Yeah. So I believe we're doing the salute to service now.
Tipped you off.
Yeah. So we're not going to get this pick for a little while. So this will be the last graphic of the night. The draft, because after this is just going to be a flying thing. Then we have another guest lined up ready to go. So how about that? Most of our guests got tied up, and then now we got everybody on time. We're back on schedule. All right. Look at that. Then we got a couple more. So and okay, Roger, we don't really care to see you shake all these hands. We get on with the draft. Thank you. So they're standing at perfect attention. The Eagles breaking it up. It's different when it's the commander in chief. You're gonna break, and you're gonna shake his hand. But it's the league commissioner. You don't break for him. Yeah.
Okay, so I wonder if we're going to finally see someone like Nakobe Dean come off the board. This could be the place where he.
This would be an area.
They just took linebacker at the back end of the first. So
yeah.
Again.
Aware of that. Sure.
I was just about to say they went linebacker early.
That means that you can't. I mean, you can draft the position more than once. It's allowed.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, double dip. I got no issue with double dipping.
Yeah. With all the needs that they have, do you really need it now, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, so other players I could see. Travis Jones is another player I could see. I mean, they have lots of different needs, as Barry said. I mean, the advantage of being terrible is that you can draft, other than a quarterback early, which is we're sort of past early. They can pick anything else, right? They can use everything.
Yeah.
All right. So here comes the Jaguars pick. And it's something else for 200, Alex. It's Luke Fortner from Kentucky, the center. So I mean, there's just too much talent at other positions for me to sit there and go, I need the linebacker right now. Yeah. No, if you can improve your offensive line and protect that guy you drafted number one, especially on the inside, bring in Luke Fortner. This is a good pickup for me. I think overall, you're not talking about a possible Pro Bowler, but you're talking about a possible long-term effective starter at the next level. Sure. So I think overall, you build up on the interior.
I don't hate the pick, but I think Dean's a better prospect than Fortner.
Oh yeah, well I agree. But if you already got your linebacker, you don't have to.
But if your team is just flat out bad, this is a difference of philosophy. I think if your team's bad, you get all the good players you can, and then figure out later. But okay, sure.
I just don't want to stock them all in one position. I got the greatest linebackers in the world, but I can't protect my number one quarterback. So
there's ways to find that player. There's other ways to get that player. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
and he's somebody who doesn't have to come in and play day one either.
Absolutely.
No, he likely will.
He likely will, but likely will, but.
I don't know if you checked out their offensive line recently, Greg.
Oh, yeah. Their offensive line's not great. Their offensive line isn't great.
On the field early.
Hey, and now this is what I call perfect transition. Okay? So we're about to have our guests come on and talk some Minnesota Vikings football. And lo and behold, who did the Minnesota Vikings just pick? Brian Asamoah.
Yes.
Oklahoma. So with that being said, we're going to bring on Steve Rogers, our Minnesota Viking insider, to get his reaction to this pick.
Well, I like it, I guess. We do need linebackers. Still kind of concerned about what we did in the first two rounds here, but moving forward, let's just see what we can do here.
Definitely. So let's talk about your first couple of picks. Overall, what is your overall feeling with those?
I mean, we needed safety, and we were sitting there at 12, and so was Hamilton. And I thought, here we go. And no, we decided to punt the ball on 1st and goal, in my opinion. We got Sign instead. I guess we're betting on him being faster.
All right.
Yeah.
So
yes. That is actually correct. Much faster. It is actually correct.
Yes. Well, you guys lost Xavier Woods, so bringing in Lewis Sign kind of helps you at the safety position. We know that Harrison Smith isn't going to play forever.
No.
All right. So you definitely needed to address the age at the position as well. So,
and then there was that Notre Dame connection too. I thought, we'd get Harrison to Hamilton, and no, they went a different direction, and that's fine. I was surprised to see Booth still around when we got him when we did. So I was glad that we did that and pulled that trigger finally.
Yeah.
We need plenty of cornerbacks. I'd like to see another one go here soon.
So one of the reasons why Booth was able to fall to you guys was because of injuries. Are you concerned with his durability when you guys get him at the next level? Because you're going to rely on him heavily knowing that y'all are rebuilding that position.
Exactly. So that's definitely going to be a concern. So we definitely have to watch out for that. I don't know a whole lot of his history offhand, so I don't know much outside of the fact that he's available and he's a cornerback, and we need 2-3 of them. So I guess we'll start there and see what happens.
All right. So overall off season, you guys have made some changes. One change that wasn't made is you keep giving Kirk Cousins these guaranteed deals. So overall, listen, I'm in awe of how he finesses teams. I am in awe of it. If I could sit down for an hour and pick up his strategy on finessing teams and figure out how I could make that work to my advantage, I would, but I cannot. So tell me though the overall temperature of the Minnesota Viking fan base this offseason.
I mean, he's probably a better financial strategist than he is a quarterback. He is a good quarterback, but he's definitely better at making money at this point. I'd put him right about the middle of the pack, maybe close to the top 10, just above, right in between 10, 15 as far as quarterbacks in the league. If he could get a little more settled in the pocket, if we could protect him better, maybe that would be the difference. So let's see if we can protect him better. We've got weapons for him, so let's use them.
All right, so Dalvin Cook.
Yes.
We know how good he is.
He's up on the board.
Yes, we've seen him. But durability has been a concern from the last couple of years. Are you looking for them to add to that backfield? Because we know you have Madison, but Madison is a lead back. He can be just as fragile if you make him give him too heavy a workload. But I think, do you guys look to add another back to that mix? Are you comfortable with what they have?
I mean, I personally am I'm happy with the mix between Madison and Cook. I'd like to see a little bit more from Madison, but and there is little known here coming, I'd say later on close to the 100 range. Cook's brother James is coming out, so that would be an interesting twist of plot to have him added to the backfield.
Well, he just missed him. He just went off the board
because he just got one.
Yeah, he just went off the board. So you don't get
than in a running back room. Yes.
Yeah, you won't get any nepotism in a running back room unless it's among the coaches. Okay,
Right. Exactly.
So,
You're strong is not that far away. Has a similar mix of talent. I mean, he doesn't catch the ball as often, and maybe not quite as polished as a route runner as a guy like Cook, but he's a 4.39 guy who's 207 pounds but runs like a 220 pounder. He is a very powerful 207-pound running back who really can fly, and he's a one-cut and go guy. He doesn't mess around like some smaller backs. I mean, he doesn't know he's 207 pounds. He runs like he thinks he's 220. Pierre Strong is an absolute beast. If you get him, go home happy.
Yeah,
correct.
Because he doesn't have happy feet.
No. And he makes defensive backs unhappy because he's not afraid of contact. He thinks he's bigger than he is.
There's linebackers that aren't happy either.
He doesn't fear them either. No. He brings it. He hits it, and he gets downhill in a hurry.
So is the good ship Viking going to be giving the new regime a grace period, or is it we have to win the NFC North this year? Nothing else will satisfy us. What's going on with the fans up there, Steve?
Well, I kind of think we're sort of always restless. I mean, we have to fight with Green Bay every year, and there's always that. But I think we were patient enough to give Zimmer 8 years. I don't know if we have the patience for that, especially with the roster that we currently have to wait for that. So I really think that the time is now, and maybe a 2-year window.
okay. So once the draft is over, and the good thing is you're coming back tomorrow when we get more of your draft picks on, so we get to talk about more of those guys. But once the draft is over, that second wave of free agency is going to hit. You're going to try to fill in the holes that you didn't fill in the draft. What guys that are on the street currently do you think could help the Vikings?
I mean, me personally, myself, I've been looking at the free agency board and the needed safety and seeing Tyrann Mathieu out there, and I'm just wondering, why has he not become a Minnesota Viking yet?
And that's definitely an interesting move, because you think about it, he has the ability to step down and play in a nickel role. You can bring Harrison Smith down. You can keep him over the top. You have Lewis Sign, who you could definitely bring down as a linebacker in sub packages and still keep Matthew out there as well. So that 3 safety package can work for the Vikings. There are teams that make it work. So and darn well they could make it work. New head coach overall, first signs. What do you think of him?
I have not done enough of my homework on our new coach yet, so I have to get back to you on that. But he's coming from the Super Bowl winning team, so cross our fingers he picked up a thing or two, and Sean McVay looks like he knows a thing or two, that he knows what he's doing. So as long as they've been rubbing shoulders and he actually picked up on some things, we have to be in good hands.
Yeah. I still have my draft notes on Kevin O'Connell, who's at San Diego State University. And yeah, he was drafted in the 5th round by the New England Patriots. 6'2 3/4, 226 pounds, I believe.
226.
I think he ran like a 4.9 240, and I think he had like a 29-inch vert. I think he had a 8'11 broad, like a 4.4 short shuttle, and I think like a 7.57 3 cone, I think. But he was a backup for a few years, and like many backups, learned a lot from talking to offensive coordinators and from talking to starting quarterbacks like Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, and eventually, went into coaching. In fact, obviously, a great number of offensive coordinators were backup quarterbacks, and he's a guy who's fairly aggressive from what I've seen in terms of how he likes to do things on offense. I think you guys are going to probably do more things down the field than you might have done in the past. I think Zimmer you're still going to run the football, don't get me wrong, you got Dalvin Cook, but I think Zimmer really liked to run the football. Probably a little more than...
A little too much, yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. Maybe a little too much, right? But
Jefferson and Thielen, we should open things up a bit.
A guy who was, playing less than 10 years ago, and in fact, playing less than 8 years ago, I think. And I think it's 7 years ago he retired and went into coaching. So he's only been coaching. He's only been a coach for something like 7 years. While Zimmer, was a coach, on the Super Bowl winning teams of the Cowboys back in the 90s. So that'll give you a good contrast in styles, age, mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Coach O'Connell's could be the son, in fact. Could literally be the son of your last head coach, if that helps you. Now I'm doing the math in my head. He could very easily be the son of your last head coach and is offensive minded. So your team's going to be a little different.
Yeah.
I'm also kind of interested to see if we don't possibly use a little bit more of Dalvin Cook in the screen game or in the passing game itself, because I kind of thought that is underutilized. I know he can catch the ball, but I don't think we've used enough of it. Get him in space.
Right. And that takes a few more hits off his body if he's catching the ball with fewer people around him. I think you will see more of him, and not just in screens. I think you're going to see him on wheel routes. You're going to see him on, taking up off the seam, right?
Yeah.
I think you're going to see him go down the field because he's obviously he and James compete against each other at everything. He with little brothers, and James is saying, I'm the better receiver, but they're going to work out together, and I bet you Dalvin's going to work on his hands.
Right. And I've actually always thought that his hands were underrated or not used enough. So,
no, I agree. I just think that we're going to see him work on it more.
Absolutely.
And it's going to pay off because I think you're going to have an offense that is going to want to throw the ball more than you have in the past.
And cross our fingers, we can keep a healthy tight end who can catch the ball too this year.
You might want to draft one. There's a bunch of tight ends still on the board. Only one has been taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've actually been myself mocking Jelani Woods coming to us later here. So
Jelani Woods, that helps everything.
Yeah, that would change a lot, I think. And yeah.
Absolutely. Well, so you're back with us tomorrow.
Awesome.
So we're gonna get to talk about more about this draft class, and like we said, we're also gonna start to look towards projecting for the regular season, what you think the 53 is going to look like, and overall, based on what you've seen in the draft and free agency, what do you think before training camp and everything else, and what do you think their record is going to be? But we'll talk about that tomorrow. But thanks for joining us tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yes, anytime. This is Steve Rogers, our Minnesota Vikings insider. And it's funny, you came on right after the Lions insider. So look at that. So take care. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
All right. So we're going to jump back into it. We're going to talk about the last couple of picks. All right. So
coming off the board as was predicted earlier.
All right. So Luke Godke, we talked about. Troy Anderson, we talked about. Ed Ingram. All right. So we left off at Nick Benito. Yes. And then we got to the third round. So let's refresh this for the third round and get an idea of what we missed with the third round pick so far. And everything's going to go lightning fast. So we're going to be doing a lot more recap than we will be announcing from now on, talking about who's on the board and doing what analysts do, just telling you who's on the board, what's around, what teams are doing, what was best for them. And right now we're still waiting for I have a little ant on my screen. It doesn't even give me the full circle. It's just we had dot. All right, they're saying we're loading. So I'm waiting to see the last couple of picks from the draft. And I noticed one that really caught my eye. Okay. All right. So we said Fortner, Asamoah, Joshua Izodu.
Is he Udo?
Yeah, he's Udo.
All right. So he goes to the Giants. Martin Emerson, name I know all too well.
Yes.
To the Browns. Nicholas Petit-Frere.
There he is.
Goes to the Titans.
Brother.
And Chad Muma just went to the Jaguars. Okay, so the one I was going to point out was Nicholas Petit-Frere. Okay, he goes to the Titans. He's a guy who's played tackle this whole time at Ohio State, but I was always worried about him at tackle. I watched him, and I just don't see. And I know when they put up the graphic, it said popcorn feet. And I'm like, okay. And I know the guy who did their analysis. Their analysis, good dude, but
we do know.
I'm not agreeing with that popcorn feet statement.
I think that Petit-Frere is a marginal to functionally solid athlete as a tackle, but I wonder if he has what's the word I'm looking for? Attitude, temperament to be a guard. I don't.
Play strength is a big question if you kick him inside.
I don't like to use words like soft because I think that's not quite what I'm going for. But he's not a bleep kicker. You know what I mean? Like that's my issue with Nicholas Petit-Frere. Even at tackle.
Okay. I think I got the perfect word, right? And let me know if this fits what you're trying to say, because it's what I was going to say about it, because what they used to say about the Colts offensive line, that they were finesse. Okay, right? They don't have that mean streak. They don't have that move you off the ball. They position and hold you off.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. Well, we saw that versus Oregon. You saw that versus Michigan. You saw that right when they played in those ball games, even versus Utah. Right, they're not people. He's not him and Mumford are not people movers. Okay, no. They're solid big bodies. They're not great big bodies. They're just solid big bodies who have some length to them and some technique. But overall, they are not great athletes, and it shows in their play. And so when you have faster, more athletic players, they struggle.
I don't think either one of them give you that anchor, right?
No, and they don't play with anchor. And you see them get bullied at times. Yeah. So I think when you look at that, that's the thing about it. People will say, "Well, you can kick them in the guard." You got to be able to anchor at guard. That's one of your primary functions. You got to be strong.
The issue is that if you're saying you don't think he's a tackle, then what is he? Because he's the opposite of a guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, well, I think Mumford has a better chance of going inside than Petit-Frere does. But I think Petit-Frere is a tackle, but I just think he's a backup tackle.
He's a swing. He's a swing, right? He's just a swing.
Right.
I wouldn't trust him as my swing. He'd be my backup tackle as a right tackle.
Right tackle? Yeah,
I
backup right tackle?
wouldn't put him on the blind side. I don't trust him on the blind side.
No.
I don't trust him on the blind side. And the reason why is because we talk about the footwork. Well,
Yeah.
who's going to be the faster pass rusher? The guy on the left or the right?
Yeah.
All right. Usually the guy on the right at least is going to be the bigger, stronger body because he's going to be. Most teams run right because they got a right-handed quarterback.
Yeah.
All right. So now they do try to balance it off. Analytics. We got to make sure we're somewhat even. But you don't want to keep having your quarterback play faking away from his throwing arm. That takes adds time to the play action. So you got to go to the right side.
Yeah.
Right. So you're still going to have the guy who's going to be protecting him the most on that back side, which is, and most of the quarterbacks are right-handed. So that means it's the left tackle. Do I trust him protecting my quarterback on the blind side of a play action? Absolutely not. Not even if I have a mobile quarterback who's going to be running bootleg. Why? Because if he misses, when he comes out of that boot, there's that defensive end in the plant.
He's going to be right there. Yeah, the guy will be right there on him.
I'd rather my quarterback see him break down in protection or see him struggle with some speed off the edge where he could avoid it and make a move. So, I see him as a right tackle only.
Right tackle only.
I see him as a backup.
Yeah.
Who you could play for a couple of games, but I don't see him as that full season starter.
He needs to understand that he's playing the man's game.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. If I'm taking a developmental tackle at this point, I'm either trading back and targeting people like Spencer Buford and Braxton Jones and that kind of person, and maybe even Keelan Deitch, or I don't know. I mean, and I don't dislike the player. I think he has some potential. I think he's not a bad technician. I think that he wants to get better, but he's got to do some things. Like there's some growth that needs to happen there. Even if he becomes a swing, I think there's some growth that needs to take place. And
somebody has to teach him how to get angry.
Right, maybe that's it. Maybe he just needs to get the John Henderson treatment where you just slap him in the face.
I'm going to tell you, I don't want people, when we rip guys, we're not ripping the player, okay? When you're in the evaluation process, you're evaluating because you're saying at this point in the draft, I'm looking at my board and I'm going to pick players that make sense at that pick. And if you're drafting a player whose ceiling doesn't match, because you're still looking in third round or early third round, you can get a quality player who could potentially start for you at this level.
Travis Jones is somehow still available at this point.
Yes. Well, here goes Lucas off the board. All right. So here's a tackle I liked better than Mumford coming off the board after Mumford. All right. All right. So once again, we're talking about value for the pick. Does Mumford give you value at that pick? If these guys were gone, I would say yes. If all those guys, if it was a run on tackles and all these Lucases and Ryman's and all these guys were gone, then and Mumford was there, I could say that.
Now, this is the developmental tackle, the guy that I like.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's one of my higher graded ones, and I had a third round grade on him.
Third round. Yep.
They didn't run the ball very much, but and I don't think he's ever been a 3-point stance in his entire life. But the NFL is heading sort of away from that anyway, I guess. But yeah, you have to teach him a few things about certain things in the run game, but he clearly understands pass protection.
Mm-hmm.
His correctness in pass set depth is probably as good, if not better, than almost any other tackle in the whole class.
Mm-hmm.
He's the right depth pretty much 100% of the time, it seems like.
I will say I'm surprised by the choice that the Bears made at wide receiver, Velus Jones.
Height, weight, speed, or more like, or just speed, really.
Speed.
Yeah.
But he's a really good athlete.
Yeah.
Started his career at USC, transfers across country to Tennessee, and never quite becomes the man anywhere. But when they did go his way with the ball, I mean, he did a lot with it. I'll give him that. Like he maximized his touches, and he probably should have gotten more of them.
Yeah, so Jelani Woods goes off the board to the Colts.
Oh, sorry, Captain.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just the value for the pick. I mean, when you look at the other guys that went around Mumford, I mean, Petit Ferrer, they get back to the listing there. All right. Chad Muma, value for the pick. Martin Emerson, value for the pick. We saw the run on corners already. He's one of the better corners on the board. So Velus Jones, I think, is a little early.
Yeah.
I think that's a little early, especially with some of the other guys on the board. Lucas goes right about where he should.
Yep.
All right. So I think, and we're starting to see tight ends becoming a little more significant now. So you're going to start to see more of those guys coming off the board.
And here's the guy that everybody was the traits at tight end, right? So,
right.
And one of the bigger tight ends in this class.
Yeah. Yeah. But 6'7", 53, but can run a 4.61 and can block, right? He was most blocker at Oklahoma State.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's a project still to some extent, but you can't teach what he has.
No. He doesn't look the part. He doesn't look the part, especially as a receiver.
Wow. Here we go. Second quarterback off the board to Atlanta Falcons, Desmond Ritter.
Oh, it's Ritter. It's Ritter.
Desmond Ritter.
Yeah.
Right?
Ritter to them, but just way too early.
Well, this is where I had Ritter going.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I was saying there are people mocking him to, the Atlanta Falcons way earlier than that.
Oh, yeah.
This makes sense.
So if you look at the screen, Julio is a question about Nakobe Dean. Is injury the reason he's not being drafted?
I think it's a combination of things. I think it's I think size weighs into it. He's a smaller guy. I think that he has a very much defined role, maybe too defined. We talked about how other guys, you can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. No, he can do this one thing. If he's in this one particular scheme, he's your perfect Mike. If you want to run that classic Tampa 2, he's the perfect Mike for that. He's going to run that hole. He's going to make your calls. He's going to go sideline to sideline. He's not a guy that's going to, walk over to this position and be a pass rusher. He's not a guy who's going to, he can do all the things that a traditional Mike in that cover 2 scheme can do, and not a whole lot else, right? He's the opposite of scheme diverse. He's scheme specific. I think that's also something that hurts him as well.
Well, but Ritter going to Atlanta, that makes sense. It makes sense.
And we talked about Atlanta. They could go either way, because they've had the athletic quarterback. They've had the pocket passer.
Well, now they have both.
They have both.
Yeah.
They have both. He fits. He fits what they want in the NFL as more mobility than.
But I think his mobility is more based on drop back than it is on zone read.
Yeah,
right? Because he can beat you with zone read run ability, but you don't want him doing it consistently because he hold up? I think overall you want him running and being able to slide, avoid contact, and live and play another down, as opposed to being that guy who's going to pull it out of the gut and run for yards all the time.
You're not going to see naked bootlegs.
No, you may see naked boots.
Right, we'll see
on occasion. Like he's not going to be. It's not going to be.
Well, especially because their head coach is a disciple of the Shanahan. So so you're going to see that.
You'll see it, but I mean, I'm not saying like he's not going to be a guy who's known to be great at the naked bootleg, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had 2000.
That wasn't really their offense, though.
So he's a really good athlete.
Yeah.
So I think you will see him getting out, and sometimes, especially early in his career, just taking off because.
Taking off. Yeah.
I mean, there'll be some design stuff there too.
Oh, they'll give him some RPO stuff where he can just go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of names come off the board now here in the third that people, if you don't know them, you should know them. They're excellent players, and it's going to be a pretty long round. So we're at 10 o'clock now. We're at pick 11, and the Texans have traded up. So pick 11, we got to go all the way down to pick 41. So 30 more picks in this round. So we'll be well past the 11 o'clock hour, I think, when this round wraps up.
Pretty much.
So definitely. we should be. I believe we have another guest coming soon. So, and hang tight for that. But let's, we're going to take another commercial break. We'll come back with more of these pick breakdowns and more of the draft talk with you guys. So hang tight, and we'll be right back with more live draft coverage here at Nuts and Bolts Sports.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now. Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
And we are back, and right now the Baltimore Ravens pick is in, so we'll get the chance to break that down. All right, so let's see what we missed. All right, Christian Harris to the Texans. So one of the linebackers, I know right now, Greg, you're stewing in your seat because three of the linebackers that you hoped would fall to the Cowboys are gone. So we're getting a little mini run on linebackers right now.
Yeah, we're getting that run on linebackers, and I kind of have a feeling that maybe Dallas goes tight end.
And it would make sense. I mean, you look at the tight end room. Dalton Schultz is your tight end in the future. Blake Jarwin is going to have surgery most likely, and that most likely will end his career.
Yep.
But he's already had that surgery, and I believe because they already did the long-term injury. All of that sort of stuff was done with him.
Yeah,
so he's basically retired, right?
Yeah. So he hasn't turned his papers in. So
but
it's retired. But
right.
Yeah. So and you look at it, they re-signed Jeremy Sprinkle, who's really more of a third tight end. And you had the kid from Michigan was there, who
Yeah.
They really stopped playing him. I thought he had potential to be the second tight end, but they really stopped playing him. He's the better tight end, one of the better.
I'm
blockers on the team.
almost wondering if Dallas might take a shot with Isaiah Likely.
And it would be a good idea. That would be a good idea. It gives you the second tight end that could catch.
Yeah.
Right. That was what made their offense really pop a couple of years ago, was you had Jarwin and Schultz.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those guys both were able to break defenses down in the middle.
Exactly.
So I think that's one of the things. If they do go tight end and they get a chance at Isaiah Likely, that's a smart move for them. Gives them another weapon inside, and it also makes teams pay if they want to use those safeties to cover up those two outside receivers. So, but do they go receiver? Because there are plenty of receivers still.
Yeah, I mean they can go receiver too. We'll see. I mean,
they go back to the offensive line. I mean, we saw them go offensive line in the first round. Like I said, I believe he's going to guard. I don't believe he's playing tackle. I believe he's going to guard. That's Connor Williams' replacement right there. That's why they put him in the first round when they picked him. But who is your backup right tackle is a question. Who's your swing tackle is a question.
Who's your swing tackle?
All right. So
that's where Sean Ryan
is
a possibility.
Yeah.
There's a few other guys I think that possibly be called. Somebody's going to be Travis Jones.
You speak his name and it appears on the Baltimore Ravens draft card. Travis Jones to the Ravens.
Yeah, this makes sense. They do it again. It falls right in their laps. They take it. I mean, without fail. This is the Ravens.
Go on record. I may end up looking like an absolute fool, but I'm going to go out and predict that Travis Jones outproduces Jordan Davis as a rookie.
Oh, absolutely. We talked about that. We talked about that once before. Travis Jones is the most complete at his position in this draft that's coming in, this class.
So
you want a guy that can stunt. You want a guy that can do all those things. Travis Jones is that guy.
Yes.
So Travis Jones is one of the bells of the Senior Bowl. We can agree on that, right?
And at UConn, he played a ludicrous number of snaps. We were talking about Jordan Davis at the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
It almost didn't come off the field. Sometimes he played, 80-something% of their snaps.
Yeah.
One, because they couldn't afford not to have him on the field. He was by far the best player on their whole team, let alone their defense. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Ryman to the Colts. So here's my thing with Jones, right? We talked about it when we talked about the D tackle position. The scheme didn't ask him to do a lot of stuff. It was just rush this gap, do this, and occupy blocks and fight your way through. And he did that absolutely great. Okay. He goes to the Senior Bowl and wows. Okay. So there's times when the Senior Bowl boosts a guy in the eyes of scouts. There's a time where the Senior Bowl boosts a guy in the eyes of the media scouts, but not the pro scouts. Yeah. And this is the case where he got boosted in the eyes of the media scouts, but not the pro scouts. Why do you think that is? Because we saw the film, we saw the production not only at UConn, we saw it when he got there at this All-Star game. They're supposed to have the top talent in the country, and he whooped up on him. But yet here he is.
I'm thinking with Travis Jones, it's simply a matter of what conference he was playing in.
But they don't play in a conference. They're independent.
No, they're independent, right? But his level of competition, the level of competition that Jones faced at UConn, right? I think he's being somewhat punished for that.
And UConn is not a good program. I think I think we can agree to that. I think that also didn't help him. That it's a bad. He was the best player on a bad team.
On a bad team. Yeah.
Well, because that's when we look at it. Like I said, we always say evaluate the player, not the helmet. All right.
Yeah, but again, it's the way that a lot of people look at the Tennessee guys.
But yeah, we can talk about it with the HBCU guys. We can talk about
And
it
the
with
HBCU, right?
we can talk about it with FCS guys.
Yeah.
We could talk about it with the non-Power 5 guys. When you talk about the Mountain West guys and all of those.
I'll give you one thing. They got elite athletes at every one of their picks. Alec Pierce is an elite level athlete.
Oh, yeah.
Elite
level
athlete.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan, elite level athlete. These are all guys who are like top, 90-something percentile in the history of their position kind of athletes. They're getting athletic in Indianapolis, boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my question, is because there's times we see it. Oh, this guy goes to the Senior Bowl. Well, he's a surefire guy if he goes out and boosts his stock there, right? But we're seeing guys that go there and boost their stock, but it's not translating to the draft.
Yep.
Right. Well, I think there's two things that position plays into it. Now, he plays. I think he can actually do a few different things. I think he'd even play 5 if you wanted him to. It's probably not that he'd be best at, but with his length and athletic ability, I think he could do it. And obviously,
good. He has that first step. He has that first step.
And he's got good hips and feet.
Yeah.
He has some moves for a guy that size.
That's right.
He tried to spin one time. I was like, okay, all right.
Okay.
You go, big man.
All right. So we have another mid-major player come off the board. We have Alex Wright from UAB off the board to Cleveland.
And if you care about things like pass rush, win rate, and and some of the sort of advanced metrics of pass rushing, he's number 1 or number 2 in a bunch of the numbers, right, that people like to dig into. You look at pass rush, win rate, and some of the other. I mean, it's like the efficiency stuff. Like you get to the efficiency numbers of pass rush. He's no lower than 2 in most of them, and number 1 in a couple of them. Very long, needs to get stronger. Has not faced the top level competition, obviously, but you're getting a guy that has a lot of potential.
He's also varied up. He's also varied up his attack.
Right. And if you're willing to take a chance on all these, Trayvon Walker types who haven't produced based on raw potential, why not roll the dice on a guy who has produced based on his raw potential?
Absolutely. So I'm going to jump back up again. I want to talk about another guy we haven't really talked about. So Emerson to the Browns, right, along with Wright, all right? So Emerson, where does he really fit in with the Browns? Because, it's not like they're hurting for cornerbacks, right?
Well, as was said, I don't know, 14 times already during the draft. You can never have too many corners. He is a very long corner, right? One of the longest. He's got length. He moves reasonably well for a taller corner. Always there's a little concern on, when they're covering the super explosive quick guys, can they stay with them? He's obviously played against a high level competition. Needless to say, we talked about throwing on McCreary's tape against guys like, Jamar Chase. It's a mixed bag when he played Jamar Chase. I think it'd be a nice way to put it. And he wasn't on Chase the whole time, but he faced Chase enough that you could say, okay, he's going to need to become more efficient if he's going to keep playing against guys like that. No lack of competitiveness. You mentioned, with McCreary, but he doesn't lack for competitiveness. He doesn't lack for confidence. But people like the length, and that's I think that's really the big thing for him is how long he is. He reminds me of another Mississippi State corner who originally drafted or was higher on than the guy I was higher on, right? So coming into their last years at Mississippi State, they had maybe one of the best corner tandems in college football. A kid named Jonathan Banks with the H in the wrong place, right? I don't remember him, Jonathan Banks with the misplaced H, the floating H in his name. Jonathan Banks, right? Jonathan. And then he had a teammate named Darius Slay, who was a junior college kid that people weren't as high on. Banks was like a 4-star. So everybody's like, oh, yeah, Jonathan Banks. He's super long. Banks was like 6'2.5" with super long arms. And people were like, he's going to be great. And I was like, I know Slay's not quite as tall, but I like the Slay kid better. And obviously Jonathan Banks had about a 3 or 4 year NFL career. I think Emerson's better, but I think the same things attract people, right? That all that length, and he gets his hands on a fair number of balls, things like that. He's once again a guy for the right scheme. If you're going to do that, that cover 3 sort of catch, cover 3, you don't really have to turn and burn, keep the stuff in front of you, jam the living daylights out of the receiver, then grab him a little bit after that to see if you can get away with it, and then kind of follow the trail position and use your length to get back in the play. Basically what Richard Sherman made an entire career off of. If you ask him to do that, I think he's going to do that at a fairly high level. If you ask him to play straight up man a lot, you might give up some big plays. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So I just want to wait for my screen to refresh here. It could wait. So we have had many of the teams pick except for one.
The Rams.
The Raiders pick for the first time in this draft.
Yes.
In about 6 more picks.
The Raiders, Rams, and the Dolphins have yet to make selections.
Yes. So you're going to get the Raiders and the Rams and the Dolphins are further back.
Yeah, the Dolphins are 102, I think.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first draft for Dave Ziegler, the new GM.
Yep.
All right. Very interesting to see how this goes for him. My first draft, and I don't have a pick in the first or second round. I have 5 picks total starting in round 3. So very interesting.
Here goes another Baylor track team member.
Yes.
Chargers take JT Woods.
Yep.
Yes.
The safety in this draft class. I think he came in at 4.36.
Yep.
And he is literally a member of the track team.
Yes.
He actually did run track at Baylor. They're getting faster as well. And part of this is the influence of, facing teams like the Chiefs. I mean, you're saying to yourself, how can we deal with some of the things these teams like to do, getting everyone out in space and trying to run away from them? But yeah, I mean, Woods is an interesting player. And worst case scenario, he's going to be a terrific special teamer. But I think they're going to try to get him on the field early, even with the special packages.
So, yeah, and we have the Broncos are going to make another pick here as well. We'll talk about that in a second. But when you look at the Baylor guys, whether it's the receiver, whether it's the DBs, you see blazing speed.
Yes.
And it shows up on film. So it's not like it doesn't show up on film.
It's
But you don't see tremendous football players.
No.
So are these guys going where they should? Are they going higher?
I would say a little higher. I think each guy's going half a round to almost a whole round in some cases, a little higher than.
Well, Tyquan Thornton, that was 2 rounds ahead of where
That's what I had. Yeah, I had him 2 rounds back. I didn't have him anywhere near the second. I had him in the 4th.
Yeah, so we're going to see. We shall see how some of these guys play it out.
Broncos tight end.
Yes, well, the Broncos replace Fant with Dulcich.
Yeah.
And they're going to lose a little bit of blocking there. Dulcich is basically just a big wide receiver, a walk-on, right? A guy, a former walk-on, finalist for the Burlsworth Trophy, which goes to the top walk-on. And he's up to 243. He was a guy that I think came there at about 208 or 207. He's gained 36 pounds or something in his career, and got moved, like I said, from wide receiver to tight end. He still thinks, and plays a lot like a big wide receiver. Yeah. And he's never going to be a devastating blocker, but to his credit, he gives good effort. He clearly isn't afraid to do it. He just isn't, he's never going to be great at it, but he's
not been taught.
Right. He's
not been taught how to take a guy out.
Right. And he's just not super strong, a combination of those things. But I think he can block well enough that you won't have to pull him off the field.
Well, speaking of zone corners, the Giants just took Cordell Flood
Yep.
from LSU.
Another really good athlete. And obviously another other guy off the board for you there, Greg.
Yes.
Kobe Bryant or whatever, but yeah, he is that other guy, right? He is that other guy at the position. And what you get from Flott is another sort of skinny, 100. I think he's right at 170 or something like that. But he bulked up to 175. Way to go, Cordell. But yeah, he's rangy, lanky, and skinny. He's all those things, but fairly competitive. But he's not a great tackler, partially because of the lack of strength. But he's going to be good. He's probably going to be a nickel, probably.
Yeah. When I watch his game, he's that zone corner because he's that guy that's best playing the ball when he sees the ball.
When he sees it, yeah.
Yeah, he's not that guy that's going to be running with a guy,
No.
turn around and track it and find it as well as he does when he's dropping into an area, reading route combinations, and then finding the ball in the air. I think that's where he's better suited.
Had an interesting class, right? They open up with two, absolute triples or home runs. Then, they hit a single into the gap with Wan'Dale Robinson. I guess I'll give him maybe a fielder's choice on Joshua Ezeudu, and then Flott. I mean, I don't hate the pick, but I think there were better players available.
Yeah.
Indeed. So D'Angelo Malone, Western
Hey,
Kentucky,
one of my guys.
the Falcons.
That is
That is an edge. That is an edge guy that I've liked the whole cycle.
Yeah, and he's a high motor guy. And you got to love those high motor guys.
And very short of Jermaine Johnson II, the most polished in terms of knowing how to stack moves.
Absolutely.
He's got moves on moves on moves, and he's produced through the roof. Through the roof in his career.
Yep. 122 quarterback pressures in his college career.
And once again, he showed it wasn't just, low-level competition because he got to the Senior Bowl. Ask Daniel Falele about D'Angelo Malone. The guy, like I said, he's got all the stuff you look for in that 3-4 outside linebacker, that 3-4 weak outside linebacker. He really knows how to create opportunities for himself because he can get guys leaning, right? He knows how he beat you the last time and knows you're going to overcompensate and then beat you a different way. I really like this guy. I think it's great value.
He disengages very well.
Yes.
Very well.
Stay blocked. He might get blocked, but he's not going to stay blocked.
Stay blocked. Yeah.
When I think about players he's like, and the players he's liked are all really good players. But I think he's going to find. Remember Anthony Spencer?
Absolutely, I know.
I think that's the floor for him, right? I think that's the least you're getting,
right?
Spencer, and potentially he could be much more, I think, much more. But you both guys remember Anthony Spencer, right? I forgot you're both. Yes, okay, yeah.
I think Spencer would have been better had he not had to deal with the knee issue.
That stopped him right there.
Right. But he's off to a very nice start to his career, and then obviously.
Microfracture surgery is never a good thing.
That's no. There's some of the least favorite, those two words together. You don't like those words apart, even, but you put those two together. Yeah, that's
ouch.
Yeah. No, as a NFL physician, you hope never to have to say those words to a player, but yes, when you do, you usually want to say, have you thought about what you might be doing in your future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tight ends we've seen come off are McBride, we've seen Woods, we've seen Dulcich.
Yeah. I think Bellinger has a chance to go soon too.
Bellinger should be out there. Ruckert.
I think they're going to wait a little bit on him. He's a guy that does everything well, but nothing very well.
But he's going to get he's like the Georgia defensive guys who didn't do any pass rushing. He didn't get to catch the ball enough at Ohio State, and of course that's going to be a concern, right? How good of a receiver is he actually going to be?
Yeah, and I think when he made his bones, he made it mostly in the red zone, which is one of the places you want your tight end to make those bones, because when that field is condensed, all right, you need the guy that's going to get open in the middle of that field, or you can spread them out and take advantage of the smaller corner with them, or safety. If they want to put a safety on him, that's a whole nother thing. If he's able to beat the safety. So I think middle of the field is big. You want to be able to make chunk plays. The little dink and dunk tight ends don't really garner as much attention anymore, unless they are just tremendous blockers. But I think
Dr. Mercedes Lewis.
Yes. So I think overall you look at, and even then in his youth, he was able to get you to chunk play. So
I mean, mini chunk. I mean, I don't think he's ever had a 30-yard reception in his career, but I mean, I know what you're saying.
Oh, look at that. 3 rounds later, Nakobe Dean goes to the Eagles.
And we'll take a linebacker in Philadelphia. Of course, it's not the first round, but we've got a linebacker. They need it. They need that.
Yes, and it's, once again, awesome value.
It is amazing value.
Yeah.
All right. So Pittsburgh is on the clock, followed by New England. The first Raiders pick, the Cardinals, Cowboys, and Bills.
And we talked about the scheme fit with Nakobe Dean being a scheme.
Yep.
He just went to that scheme.
It's a great fit for him. They're going to ask him to do exactly the things he's good at.
And he's going to have the bigger bodies in front to keep them clean.
Exactly.
Including his former teammate, Jordan Davis, who spent a whole bunch of time keeping him clean already. So he really understands the assignment there. I'm a little bummed that D'Angelo Malone, I'm glad he got taken, but I'm a little bummed he's not there when Pittsburgh picks, because I was like, but yes.
Well, speaking, since you're a Steelers enthusiast, what edge rusher would you love to see them take at this position?
Well, I mean, I just named him, but he's not available. I guess my fallback plan is what you're asking me about.
Absolutely. Well, that's how you know how this game works. You've covered it long enough. When that guy goes off the board that you really wanted, you look at that board and go, "Well, we at least got him." Who's that him?
Right. Well, there's a few guys, and once again, I don't like them as much as I like D'Angelo Malone, as I've, I guess, made clear now 3 different times. But if I am forced to still take one of the pass rushers here, there's a couple of guys I don't feel terrible about. I literally would think about trading back, but failing that, if I have to stick and stay where I am, I'm thinking about even guys like, I mean, I don't know if he's really a pure pass rusher, but I mean, Amari Barno is might be my next move. I know that they like Virginia Tech players. I know that they have a good relationship with Virginia Tech's coaching staff, and Barno is, in just pure speed, the fastest, right? I think he was 3.6 or something crazy. So he's the fastest of all of the pass rush types, and he fits their style in Pittsburgh also. Like, he feels like a Steeler, and he can sort of help to replace some of what they lost in just pure athletic ability when Bud Dupree left. I'm still a little bummed about losing Alvin Dupree, but he's not quite that, but he's fairly close. I mean, I wouldn't hate Sanders, but I think Sanders is a little less athletic and a little more of a linebacker. Like, I mean, he's more of a real linebacker, you know what I mean, than he is a pure.
He's more coverage and things like that than coming right after you for sacks.
Right.
Definitely.
I wouldn't mind trying to have both guys because they do different things.
Oh, here's the other tweener. You got the tweener.
Leal, DeMarvin Leal.
Yeah.
I don't hate that pick either. Once there was a guy that at one point people had like a 27 on their board.
Oh, he was way up there. Well, preseason, the people had him in the top 20.
You know who he reminds me of going to the Steelers? Stephon Tuitt. Okay, a guy that said, "Oh, he's going to be a quality guy," and he played very well in Pittsburgh. Was a highly effective player. next to Cam Hayward. I think overall he's going to go there and he's going to be just fine. It's going to be a seamless transition for them moving on with Leal.
But for DeMarvin, you want him to either be an inside or outside guy and let him be. He was so jumped around at A&M, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he's going to be a 5 for us. I mean, I think that's what we're going to do is use him at the 5. And yeah, he might jump inside in package situations.
That's right.
I think he's most going to see most of his snaps at the 5.
Because now that he got the bad weight off of him,
I mean, he'll probably put some good weight back on. But if he plays most of his career in somewhere in that 287 to 292 range with his body fat down, he should be fine.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him pushed inside too much.
Right. I'm not crazy about our first pick, but I've warmed up to our next 2. I mean, I'm feeling decent about those 2.
Yeah. All right. So here's the Mighty Mike corners. Back from when I was a bigger corner. All right. So Marcus Jones, Houston. Most likely you're gonna put him in a slot. You're not gonna put him outside.
Another player I have some insider information about.
Yes.
Yes, he's quick. Probably gets kicked inside to nickel. If not all the time, then certainly a fair amount of his snaps he's going to play. And my comp for him is Dre Bly, for those who remember.
I remember Dre Bly, yeah.
Dre Bly, yep. And and they also just added to their special teams in a big way.
Also, yes.
Oh yes. Shout out to you, Blaine. I see you in the chat. One of my former offensive linemen waving hello. He's when going for protecting the quarterbacks. He's now living with married life. So,
but right, any player picked at this point in the draft is going to be expected to play some special teams.
Yeah, But Marcus Jones is a very good special teams player.
Oh, he's a very special teams player.
Yeah,
and he has really good hands. He's obviously smaller, as we've talked about, which means, like I say, you'll see most of his snaps inside.
But he's a little ball hawk, though. I mean,
oh yes. I mean, I'm a sucker for undersized DBs anyway, and never stop loving Jason Barrett. And he's sort of a poor man's Jason Barrett.
Yeah.
All right. So we're about to get another guest to join us now. I know this young man because one of the times I was sitting there at the combine, he was sitting right next to me. And so we had a nice conversation watching Sam Darnold watch the Lamar Jackson and all those guys throw along with us. So we're going to bring in Mike Palco to the show. Mike, how are you?
Hello. Thanks for having me.
All right. So it's going to get a little crowded.
All right. Hey, I like company.
All right. So we're going to bring in also Rudy Reyes. Rudy Reyes joining the show.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Rudy. Listen, Rudy. You
what's going on, guys? Sorry about that.
No. You got carte blanche,
man. Get to a quiet place. It's really loud in this war room over here. Give me just a moment. I'm sorry. Got speakers everywhere. You got the projector screen going on.
Yeah.
It's definitely a busy time here in Las Vegas with the prep going on. But
hey, he's frozen.
But good to see you, Jeff. It's been a while since we met each other and at the combine, seeing Josh Allen even throw, and you hear all the ooh he can throw 2 miles down the sideline. But good to be aboard. It's been interesting draft so far about what we expected, but a little bit with the quarterbacks we thought would be a little earlier. Desmond Ridder would maybe he would be the first pick. Everyone's saying Willis. ESPN is really quite like, oh, is this the Willis pick? Is this what we're seeing Malik Willis get off the draft board? And right now he still waits.
Yep.
And it's that's an interesting slip right there is Malik Willis. And we talked about it. While he's still waiting, Kenny Pickett didn't have to wait, Rudy. You guys made sure you got him employed right away. They're still having connection issues.
I did.
He's going to save on relocation expenses.
Yeah, well, it's a cab ride. You walk right next door.
Well, I did tune in though. Well, we'll let Rudy.
Oh, here we go. Here's Rudy.
Can you hear us, Rudy?
Or not?
Oh,
he'll come back. He'll come back. So
I did tune in though when Rachel was talking about the Lions, and a lot of the conversation, and me being from Michigan, hear the Lions. Oh, is this where we're going to take Willis? Is this so? Because you hear the rumors. Oh, did Dan Campbell and the Lions, while they were coaching the Senior Bowl, is that when they fell in love with Malik Willis? No. I think, yeah, and with Jared Goff and what their moves are making, I think this is how you're going to really truly evaluate Jared Goff, building talent around him. Maybe next year they could be in play based on what Goff does this season.
Absolutely. And I think that's a definite option. Rudy, while we got you, we were just talking about the quarterbacks. We said while Willis is still waiting for a job, you guys wasted no time bringing Kenny Pickett in. Oh, you lost him again. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to keep going. So, we were talking about we were talking about Malik Willis, and there he goes to Tennessee. Look at Tennessee. What a steal! All right. So we were talking about Detroit. We were talking about the potential of that happening. It's not happening now. I mean, if you really think about it, Detroit, you got Jared Goff, so you're not really in a desperate need right now. But what guys do you think that are left? Because we've seen now Willis go after Ritter, and a lot of people thought that would be reversed. What guys that are left do you think that could help Detroit in that, as far as projecting towards the future after Jared Goff?
The mock I watched, and Daniel Jeremiah on NFL Network, his mock, he had them Detroit taking Matt Corral, taking a flyer on him. We've seen all things with Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. Right now, I just don't think this is the year they take a quarterback. I don't. And it could be next year where, there could be maybe Grayson McCall from Coastal Carolina, depending on where they're at on the draft board. I don't think they'll be bad enough based on the talent they drafted to be in the conversation if they, is this where CJ Stroud would go? Right now, my feeling is, and this is depending on what Davis Mills does, they already have pieces around him, but if Mills doesn't perform, could that be the place where we would see CJ Stroud or maybe a Bryce Young go there next year?
Gotcha.
And there's going to be some quarterbacks that we aren't talking about right now that are going to emerge.
Right.
Watch out for Phil Jurkovec to have a big bounce back year. Jake Hayner is killing it, but nobody's noticing because, I don't know, reasons. Think about what Max Johnson, who has size and a big arm, if he has a big bounce back year. What if Rattler has a big bounce back year?
Yeah.
Keon Slovis is now going to get to throw to Jordan Addison just like Kenny Pickett did.
Yeah.
He's everything that Pickett is, right? Except maybe a little smaller, but that same sort of efficient quarterback that gets the ball out and leads his, helps his receivers to get run after catch. Slovis could end up being a Heisman Trophy candidate next year. There's a bunch of quarterbacks that are going to emerge or reemerge next year. You'll have a chance to get your quarterback.
Right.
All right. Hang on. So we're going to bring Rudy in. I'm going to make sure. Can you hear us, Rudy? Rudy, can you hear us?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are you?
Hey, fine. I want to make
not very good here.
You lost him again. Oh man, we can't seem to make this work. All right, so,
dead spot.
Yeah.
I didn't think they had those in Vegas.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, I guess the building doesn't
Thanks
like
for having me on. I can't hear you guys, so I'm just gonna talk. I'll let you know what's going on. Malik Willis finally getting picked up by Tennessee Titans. Long overdue. I'm here at the NFL draft here in Las Vegas, and that was the biggest shocker for me to see the Tennessee Titans pick this guy up. Well deserved. Why he's in the third round is beyond me. Maybe something happened. Maybe he didn't answer his phone. I don't know. There's a myriad of reasons why, but a great talent. He's got a serious arm on him. Great kid. Everybody's seen the video that went viral from Malik Willis that had to do with him giving back to somebody who was homeless today on the corner. So I wish I could hear you guys, but I'll just kind of give you a rundown here in the media war room, as it were, outside. Of course, huge screens, lots of speakers around me. I could barely hear you guys when I'm in there, but a lot of things for certain. Surprising picks for me was Malik Willis now off the board. Dean also picked up, which I thought was kind of interesting due to pectoral injuries, things that would have kept somebody normal, somebody average on the sidelines throughout his career, but he didn't miss a snap. So I think teams are really hesitant in regards to his injury status, what that meant for them in the long term, how he's able to fill in, whether it's now or in the future. Just a lot of great talent, a lot of things that I see from the Kobe Dean that only spells greatness. As long as he heals up, is given the time to not be a part of that rotation, I think he's going to be a very valuable component moving forward in the NFL. As long as he's, again, given time to heal, don't rush him in a situation where he can re-injure any issues. Just work it out, work it through. He should be fine headed into 2023. But clearly that would depend on what it looks like for him in 2022 from a rotation and need standpoint for the team. Jalen Tolbert just got picked by the Dallas Cowboys. I like the pick. I'm not necessarily a fan of his demeanor. There have been a lot of guys who have been drafted here. You guys can go to the RootDogShow.com and find a lot of great interviews that I've had with a lot of fantastic players. First overall pick. And then you have Ian Hutchinson, who's a great kid, glad to be home in his hometown of Detroit, Michigan. Go Blue. For him, more like a homecoming without actually ever leaving his home, if that makes any sense. He has great speed. He had 16 career sacks last year. Just a phenomenal talent. Good stuff. Good kid. Very good demeanor on him. If you're a scout in the NFL, you have to be able to recognize that these gentlemen have the capabilities of being good people, but proper scouting will make that determination. Not just because you heard something from another guy that he's this way or that way, or his mentality towards other people is of a negative, and so on. How they contribute moving forward in the community, to their team, in the locker room, the sidelines will determine a lot of things. Character, lots of character, high quality, high end character that will be reflected on the team that any one of these guys play for, and to make a positive impact as well in the community. That's not being talked about enough. I think that's and it's also a real misnomer as well. So I wish I could hear you guys, but I got to get going. I got somebody coming to the presser. But hey, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having me on. And you go again, follow me at Root Dog Reyes on Twitter. Go to the RootDogShow.com. Go check out great content. I'm uploading stuff all the time because Immediate War Room is just that, a war room. So bring your best, bring your game, and if you don't, well, you may as well stay home. But I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on. Take care.
Make sure you're back tomorrow. All right.
But he hit that, with the scouting thing, and this is what I learned from the Dan Hatman NFL Scouting Academy, and he talks about just when you evaluate somebody, you look at the things, what they can do. Anybody can tell you what they can't do. So that's really what you got to really chime in on when you're watching players. What can they do for your team? And obviously, and I've heard you guys talk about the systems and schemes, that you got to know all that, and you got context. That's what it's all about before you even really watch the film. You get to do the background work, but a lot to it. Rather, you can't just read stats and just think he's going to plug right into your team. You got to do a lot of homework.
Yeah, and the other portion of that is something that they have to evolve with. And we were talking about the character, right? And we were talking about it when it came to players like Thibodeau, and we kept hearing he didn't interview well. Well, he's coming off this way. Even in the beginning, when certain people say, well, they weren't happy with the Sauce Gardner interview because he came off as arrogant. Well, you want a confident player, right? Yeah. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance. There's a fine line, but there is a line. And sometimes just being a very outgoing, confident player can seem arrogant to some of these personnel that don't associate with said individuals. So you're not really fairly assessing the player when you do that. You're basically typecasting it, because when there's certain other players who are arrogant, get called confident, and get drafted highly, and then they destroy your locker room. All of a sudden you don't know where this arrogance came from, but it was there in the beginning. You just presumed it was confidence because you're used to said player in said circle, who you trusted, said circle of people who advised you on said player. And I think that's what we have to change when it comes to evaluating people. They're not just the scouts that go to the school, but the guys in the room that have to sit there and talk to them, the GM, the director of scouting. Those guys have to kind of adapt now and say, hey, listen, these aren't, like I said, these aren't the guys from 20 years ago that came out. You had to be yes men in college because you couldn't go against your coach. All right. Yeah. That will get you blacklisted real fast back then. Okay.
The media guys also have to shift. I mean, we saw it this week. What that man at CBS did to Malik Willis, that stupid old trope of you're a running back. That's got to go away completely. I'm so sick of that nonsense.
Yeah,
that was the big conversation when Jeff and I were in Indianapolis about Lamar Jackson, and we watched we were sitting right behind him. I mean, we saw that he wasn't polished, but he wasn't gonna, if he built and which he did in the offseason, he built on his throwing mechanics, and we saw that after his rookie season where the playoff game where John Harbaugh chose to stick with Lamar. Fans were chanting, "We want Flacco," but after that season, Lamar went to work in the offseason and really shows what he can do now.
And if you remember when we were watching that workout, right, they were getting the deep ball portion, right, and the first deep ball he threw was off. And what happened? He beat himself up, didn't he? Remember, he goes, he starts clapping his hands, damn, and you see him talking to himself. The next one comes out, and it was a perfect dime. So everybody that kept saying he couldn't throw the football, it was right there in front of you. He wasn't consistent at the time because, yes, he did have mechanical flaws, but mechanics can actually be fixed.
Yeah.
But people don't forget. That's repetition. That's part of that is repetition. Part of that is actually also self-scouting, going back to the film, looking at yourself and saying, oh yeah, my feet are wrong when I do that. Oh, I do tend to twerk my hips the wrong way when I don't get the shoulders around when I have to throw that back across my body.
Used to overstride and now he doesn't. I mean,
yes.
I mean, Josh Allen is a great study in.
Yeah, and he was just as erratic.
Yes,
but nobody was asking him to become a tight end.
No,
they could have. He's a terrific athlete.
Well, they could have, but the media types weren't asking him to become a tight end.
You don't do that. If his name was D. Josh D.
That's right.
Josh Allen might have been asked.
I think though this is a credit for both John and Jim Harbaugh, giving players of Lamar, and you got Colin Kaepernick, giving players a chance. The people who say, "Oh, he's got to be this, he's got to be that," and they go, "No, we're going to play him at quarterback." And I think and that's how. And reading about this is what Josh Gaddis said about in his acceptance speech for the
Frank Royce.
Yep, for the award, and kudos to the Harbaughs.
Indeed. So we just had we'll go over some of these picks. You can stick around, Mike. Yep. Good thing is Mike is not exclusive to one team. He gets to talk.
He just
gets to talk draft. This is what happens when all right. So I just wanted to get a feel for the last couple of picks.
Just real quick, I was listening just before I came in. The Colts had an interesting pick. I go to Central Michigan, so I really keyed on those tackles from the Chippewas. So I thought Bernard being this low to the Colts, I mean, I think it's a steal, but I thought I had him mocked to go way earlier.
I'm assuming that's the age thing, right?
Yeah, and I just in the character too. Man, I watched his film against Missouri, and he was just lifting their DN, having his way the entire game. And I was like, oh, you know, I feel like it was a diamond in the rough here. How many people know about Bernard? And he had a big, his Senior Bowl is when a lot of attention came, and that may be from the media, but Colts got, you know, a solid left tackle banking on a lot of upside. Not a lot, you know, coming from overseas, but a lot of linemen too. Don't have a lot of. He's a math major. Me and Jeff talked about him for a little bit. His wife's in the medical field. Linemen get married early, so you don't really have to worry too much about their off-field stuff. Lee Steinberg said when he would represent linemen, they might call him once a year if they remember. So it's not a whole lot to deal with, but I think a safe pick, and I'm excited to see what they do with them.
And what about Luke?
I don't know as much about Luke, but the mocks, they say he's the better of the two because he does have more experience and he's on the right side and playing well. And I think both are going to do well for their teams.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I think both players are going to be solid players. And it's sort of a study in contrast in what you want. Because in one player, you're getting a guy who is probably ready to step in and at least be rotational player immediately. Yep. You know, I think Luke could probably show up at almost any NFL camp and at least be a depth guy with, you know, basically learn the nomenclature. Like, what do we call this in your offense? Okay, I'm ready, right? And then you can go out and play. And Bernard still has to work on a lot of things, clearly. And I think some teams look at a guy who's going to be 25 by the time the season starts and is raw and say to themselves, by the time he's really, really ready, he's 26 going on 27, and they get a little scared maybe? I mean, do you think that might be why he slipped a little bit?
I think so. I mean, every time you get the age, even and it's all positions there. What I've learned too is once you get into that, as close as you are to 30, that's really not good in sports. That's when they start kicking the tires a little bit as you get up there in age. But it's really just who the scouts are, what they value. It's a lot of context and medical history. That's what they're talking about with Bernard. Maybe why he fell a little bit. So it's looking forward to.
I mean, and once again, there's things I probably don't know. I didn't know. I thought he just had nagging stuff. I didn't think anything serious or chronic.
No, not to my knowledge. For what? Yeah, no. All the background work I've done, and I would just talk while I was in school. I would talk to the equipment manager. Hey, how was his attitude? And he just kept to himself. You know, and I would expect usually you would think a player from overseas coming in the United States, they kept really quiet and reserved. So that wasn't really shocking to me to hear that he keeps to himself in the locker room. And also it comes, I think, with the position as well. You don't see a lot of vocal linemen for the most part. Except
for centers, right? Jason Kelsey, Jeff Saturdays, the guys that on television one day, right?
Yes. Yep.
Usually centers are sometimes guards, but it's very often centers. Joe Thomas, I guess, is a great exception, being a tackle who's a terrific. Yeah. But yeah, usually it's the interior guys like centers who end up being the chatty Cathys of the offensive line group.
Yeah, they're the brains of the line.
Yeah.
So we're looking towards the late end of the second half. Sean Ryan finally goes off the board to the Packers. Well, Greg, we had a Cowboys pick while you were on here. So Tolbert.
South Alabama wide receiver who I kept mocking about 2 months ago at pick 88, and it happened. He had moved up a lot after that point. So I'm not quite happy that he actually fell to 88. That's exactly where I had him right off the hop, and he went right there. I'm finally got a Cowboys pick I like so far. Yeah.
Well, how about this? They picked a guy in the third round that's not Power 5.
Yes.
How about that? How about Will McClay doing the non-Will McClay thing?
Yep.
How about that? All right.
I'm happy. Maybe there's hope for another couple of small school guys this year because, I mean, if there's a draft class that has one or two standouts at these small schools that deserve shots, we saw it earlier with Troy Anderson. Jalen Tolbert. This is a draft class that has those guys. They've got that one standout player that deserves to be on an NFL team.
All right. So, Mike.
Yes, sir.
You have the ability to forecast from multiple teams, being that you're an NFL enthusiast, right? So,
yes, sir.
Let's talk about the what used to be the evil empire until Tom Brady left town, the New England Patriots. All right.
Oh boy, I've been. Oh, this has been interesting. The New England draft here. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm just reading these fan reactions. I'm sitting there watching here. Where do you want to start?
Well, let's start at the top. Cole Strange. Listen, I didn't expect him to be a first round pick. I thought he was going to be a second, third, in a late second, not even an early second.
Oh,
Late
Rams
second,
thought he'd be there at
whatever.
104.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't. Far from it. So
yeah,
I know that they weren't happy with that. But what about the later reactions? Pick round 2 and round 3.
Well, even the second one, when you see the wide receiver, and people thought, oh, this is still a reach because you still had the kid from Western Michigan, Sky Moore, still on the board. You had another Georgia wide receiver, Pickens, still on the board, and they go for a guy in Bailey. Now, he does have 6'2" and a half and really lanky, and the highlight tapes, you could, break out, take the top off the defense of sorts, but I think he'd still be a decent weapon for Mac Jones. But and who's to say where a player is supposed to go? And you kind of have I as much as we would like to question Bill Belichick about where he's picking these players, but there's still quality players on the board. You have to pick your spots. Maybe he thought that the other teams were interested, had to be aggressive, take him earlier than what he wanted to. That's something I do not know, but based on the reactions of fans, I mean, it's really heated right now. And people saying that, oh, I like the coach, but I don't like the GM. And as you know, he does both roles. But we know how his draft. He generally likes to take these guys. And I heard Bill say when he on a past video that that's when they're gonna throw the random player that not a lot of people know about. I was like, who's this guy? When you're researching notes on him, but I don't know if that was a deal with Cole Strange as well, because I thought they were going to take the Boston College guard because they usually like to get, the high IQ players.
Well, he traded back, so it took that kind of took. Well, he was gone by the time they picked anyway, but
yeah,
I could hear that press conference after today when he comes out there and has to talk to the media in New England.
Here's how the press conference goes.
Good player.
Bill, can you explain?
That was our team.
There's a player we have right on the board. We really like him. And he fit right in what we're doing.
That's a little long-winded for him. Good player.
Good.
We like him a lot. Yep. Did he give you that stare?
Oh God, he'll stare you. Yeah, if I've seen him stare down some media people.
Oh yes.
It's funny how a guy who coached under Parcells, who was the master of messing with people, is so less talkative and less engaged. Yeah, that's what we did.
But Belichick still messes with people's minds.
Well, he messes with the coaches and players' minds a lot worse than he does the media. Yep. Media, he just doesn't feel obliged to answer you. It's just
exactly. He has no love lost for them.
Gives you the absolute minimum. And and if someone asks a repeat question, he'll say, "We've already covered that." So the media has to do more work to backtrack, rewatch the press conference, and some of these questions are just stupid.
They are stupid questions.
They're dumb. They are dumb.
There are some media reporters. Like, if you ask Bill Belichick a football question, he'll give you like a 500-word answer.
Right. I was going to say, you talk to him about some adjustment they made on special teams, and boom, he's off and running.
Someone last year asked him about long snapping, and it was such a lengthy answer that I don't even think I think he probably lost the reporter in the middle of his answer.
But generally speaking, Bill Belichick just does not want to be taken out of context. Yeah. That's the biggest thing. He does not want to be taken out of context. So you get that short, that's it, done.
Yep.
There's no divining what he's thinking about, because he just tells you flat out what he's thinking, and you're done. That's it.
Yeah. Minimum amount of questions, and as soon as that the PR person says that's enough questions, he's out the door.
Yep.
Gone.
We're on the mini camps.
Yep.
On Cincinnati, yes. On Cincinnati.
Yes. All right. So Matt Corral goes off the board to the Panthers.
See, the Panthers got a quarterback.
All right. So guys that go into places, it's just taking them longer to get there.
Yeah.
Long road.
Because teams didn't reach this year. Woo!
No, that's not true. That's not true. We started off with a reach.
At the quarterback position, they didn't reach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Bill agrees with that in the first round, but
no.
Yeah.
And it's just, and it tells you that they say that Strange was a really good run blocker. And we've seen it in playoff games, and especially games against Buffalo, what New England wants to do, especially the one where they only threw the ball 3 times. So they want to be a running team. Does that mean they're not ready to fully unleash Mac Jones yet and just give him the keys to the offense? Obviously, like Tom Brady was able to have, but we're, comparing to Mac Jones and Tom Brady, it's a little soon, but I thought, honestly, that I didn't know how long Bill Belichick was in coach for. It was a shock to me that McDaniel's leaving. I thought he was ready to get the keys to the Patriots in a few years, but
I think he
gave his shot in Las Vegas now.
Yeah, I think he got tired of waiting, because remember he was due to be the Indianapolis coach, and something was said in New England that the day of the press conference says he changed his mind.
Yeah, but he also goes to a place where the owner is not shy of signing an extra zero.
Yeah.
He cashed in good going to Vegas.
I think that Colts. I think that deal with the Colts was actually a blessing for Indianapolis. With
it was. I don't think it would have worked out in Indianapolis.
No,
there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee it works out in Las Vegas.
Experience number 1 with Josh was not pretty.
No, it wasn't, and they gave him way too much power.
Yeah,
and I think too, how many more times are we going to see the New England people and teams trying the New England model outside of New England? Here in Michigan, we've seen probably the most effort into making a New England 2.0. It didn't work. And now you got Ziegler, McDaniels over in Las Vegas, and with the news about the 5th-year options not being picked up, I'm going, oh, here we go. The New England model is already starting to get put in place.
Well, I'll tell you what, as long as the hoodie remains in New England, they're going to keep trying it.
Yep.
Absolutely. So, listen, as long as he's there. So, I want you to put the fictional GM hat on. All right. You're a Michigan guy, so I'm going to throw Detroit at you.
Okay.
All right. You have, at your next pick, the ability to impact your team with the guys that are currently on the board. And if you need to pull up your card, Zach Carter, I like this young man, goes to Cincinnati. Big
Cincinnati.
Another Senior Bowl player. So
board here.
Yeah, so I'll let you pull up the board.
Yes, sir.
All right.
One of the few bright spots for the Gators last year.
Yes. So
I think Brad Holmes, has done a phenomenal job since he arrived in Detroit.
They did a good job. Like I said, they didn't spend a lot of money in the offseason. They've done a good job in the draft so far. So I think, like I said, the move to jump up for Jameson Williams was a big move. I agree with it. If you really, really needed to impact your wide receiver room, you weren't going to do it at 30. You were going to do it at 12, especially the way that people were moving up for wide receivers. So it was the best move he made, and it was good. It was good forecasting, because if he tried to stand pat, he would have been sitting there bare. He'd have been reaching for receivers at that point.
Well, obviously the defense needs work. The offense looks like it's going to be solid for the Lions based on their lineup that they have right now. I was just talking to one of my friends just about what to do in these late rounds. And if you look at I got the board pull up here. When you think about who to pick in these late rounds, I think there's value, especially if you look at schools that have winning programs. Alabama, you're going to get a guy who's going to obviously play hard, that's been coached well. You got 2 corners on the board, Josh Joby and Amar Davis. 6'1". You're going to have your lengthy defensive backs. Now, and you also want to draft too based on what your division opponents are doing as well. So when the Packers got their wide receiver, that's what's like, okay, now does this change the way you pick? And I think it should.
All right. Very well.
That's what I would do if because and another shocking thing too is you hear the rules, or just maybe it might be an unwritten rule. I would make it a rule. Don't trade, especially within your division. I saw the Vikings handing out trades to their division opponents, Lions, Packers, and both got receivers that go against them twice a year. So that's not something I would do. I would definitely not trade with division opponents because I don't want them to get better. I'm trying to make my team better.
It's funny, the 2 division opponents that traded with each other last year in the NFC East both went to the playoffs. Yeah. One of the times when trading in division, I guess, works.
And the team that we squeezed out ended up with Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
And it's worth mentioning that Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is a guy that, comes from a slightly different background. I don't think he buys into some of the old unwritten rules. I think he's only 41 years old. He has a basketball background or the football background, and only really came over full-time to football. He did it initially on the financial side and then sort of worked his way into the football side maybe 6-7 years ago. So I think he just looks at what he knows to be factual and doesn't worry about that stuff. I think he says, where can we get the most for this pick? Or where can we get the most for this player? And if that's the best deal, I'm making it. I think he looks at it like a business person who's used to running businesses, which is his background.
And this is the most aggressive front office I've seen for the Lions and for maybe my lifetime. And you see these videos in the locker room, and him and Dan, Brad and Dan Campbell have, from what I've seen in the videos, and I think we're going to be all in for a treat for Hard Knocks with the Lions, and to be able to see what's really going on in the locker room. I think it's a lot of the culture change is real, and they're bringing in guys who are what Dan Campbell calls football guys, and Booger McFarland said they took Aiden Hutchinson going to bite at elbows, kneecaps, all that. That's what Dan Campbell wants. So
that's what I said earlier about the Lions. Character is in town.
And that's why the Kentucky pick too, 3-time captain. That's right there. That was and people thought, oh, this is where Dean's going. I'm talking to my friends, oh, this is where we want to get Dean, and the Kentucky defensive end. And once they said 3-time captain, that was where I was like, okay, that was why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're going to be joining us tomorrow again, and Mike's not going to be like the other guests where we're bringing him in for one team. He's going to be around, so there'll be guests on when Mike is here. So we're going to be talking about more, especially the day 3 stuff tomorrow. So you go get your rest because you got a long day tomorrow. All right.
Oh, that's the most important day tomorrow.
Yes. So you get your rest. We're going to see you in the afternoon, and get ready to stick around, get nice and comfortable, get your snacks ready because you're going to be hanging out here with us for a couple of hours tomorrow. All right, Mike?
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, guys. Bill, Greg.
Yes. Well, I'm going to start following you. So,
hey, likewise. Likewise. I'll give you guys a follow back as well.
Awesome.
All right. Michael Palco, everybody. We're going to take one more commercial break, and we'll be back hopefully to close out this round as we're getting up to the end of the 3rd round. Yes. So everybody hang tight. We'll be back with more draft coverage here at Nuts and Bolts Sports.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props, while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now. Enjoy 40% off site-wide. Vitable takes the guesswork out of feeling good. Get your own personalized daily vitamin pack safely delivered to your doorstep every month. Take their online quiz to find out which vitamins and minerals can support your personal needs based on your own diet and lifestyle. Hashtag only what you need, nothing that you don't. All vitamins are manufactured in Australia at the highest quality standard. Ingredients come in the best form for their absorption by your body. Enjoy 40% off site-wide using code NBS40 at checkout.
All right, so we are rapidly approaching the end of day 2. The Washington Commanders just made a pick. That was like David Hasselhoff backstage. Look at that, the Hawk making his appearance at the draft. All right, so Chase Young walked out, not on crutches, so Commanders fans are happy to see that. About to announce the latest pick for the Commanders at pick 98. We are rapidly coming up on the end.
We just saw a couple of pretty good safeties go. Nick Cross to
Joseph,
and Joseph just went to the Lions. Again, the Lions took another guy who has character.
All right, so you're talking about Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama, going to the Washington Commanders, adding to that run. And I think when I did the well, of course, another Bama guy, but I think when I did Sports Crunch with Dave Cromwell, I did pick running back for Washington. I said that you're going to need a back in that backfield because they're not committed to one back. They're going to use a committee. They're going to use a committee, and they're going to burn them out and then keep replacing them. They're not going to keep paying these guys top money. So just looking at the third round, I just want to make sure we catch up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more picks left in this round, and then but go back. Yes, so you said Kirby Joseph, Brian Robinson, Nick Cross, Matt Corral to the Panthers, Ty Davis Price, the running back from LSU, went a lot higher. I did not have him that high going to the 49ers.
I had him about a round and a half later.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised. The Panthers went with Corral instead of North Carolina's own Sam Howell.
Yeah,
I'm a little surprised.
Rashad White.
That's a Matt Rule pick, I think.
Yeah, Rashad White to the Buccaneers. Dylan Parham to the Raiders. First pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're pretty much caught up. But there's one that was, and I pointed it out when Mike was on here. Zachary Carter, defensive end from Florida, to the Bengals.
I like that pick a lot. I like it a lot.
Yes. Thicker body defensive end, that guy, he can play outside, but you get to reduce him inside when you want pass rush situations, when you want to get that lighter, faster, fleeted-footed package on the field. He's a strong player, smart player, understands how to use his frame. He doesn't have those superb physical skills. David Bell from Purdue to Cleveland, going to the Browns. So we'll talk about David Bell after this.
Yeah, I think that means that we're coming to the end of the Jarvis Juice Landry era because
he's gone already.
How he plays.
He's gone already.
Yeah, he's gone.
That is a reaction to the end.
Yeah.
That's essentially who he is Jarvis Landry.
But there's a regional pick. He fits that region of the country. He played there in college. He's suited for it. He understands how to play in that weather and come December and things like that. He's got the good hands. He's not going to separate and all that jazz like a lot of the people scream about.
And the funny part was he showed the ability to do it.
Yeah.
But when you saw the times, you saw the testing numbers, it didn't translate.
No.
So I think what you see is excellent skill when the ball is in his hands. He has excellent ball tracking ability.
If the Browns coaches do with David Bell what the Rams do with Cooper Kupp and give him those options, the option routes, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect situation for Bell.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, you're going to have Amari Cooper there. You're going to have Bell. You're going to have a bunch of guys still there. And Njoku's still there. The running backs. So, yes. So you're going to have and this is look at that name coming off the board to the Cardinals. Majai Sanders. What a steal. Who
was the other Cardinals pick? Go back a little bit there, Jeff.
Sure. Go back to Cameron Thomas, defensive end.
That's what I wanted to say. Cameron Thomas. So basically, they've taken two edge guys back to back now.
Two very types.
Very, very different edge guys. Exactly.
Right.
That's
a power guy and a finesse guy. But yes.
But it shows again that teams can double dip.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this is where you.
In fact,
but this is where you do it, where you get players who are different skill sets who you can build on. Because what happens is you're not getting that complete player usually in this round. You're getting he's missing pieces of a game that you really want. Yep. So you get the guy that fits the opposite.
Cam Thomas has the power. Majai Sanders does not, right?
No, he doesn't have. But he has the speed.
Yeah, he has the speed, right? Yeah. So you've got the polar opposites that play at the edge, right? So that's good for the Cardinals. The other team that did it, and that was going back a little bit ways now, but Muma going to the Jaguars after they'd already taken Lloyd.
Yeah,
they have got a big linebacker room.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate Cameron Thomas a little bit. I think he's a little more athletic than people realize. I don't know just because he's white or whatever, but he's a better athlete than people think. Just like Bellinger, right? Those San Diego State guys, if people look at them like they're plotters or try hard, and they do give good effort, but they're both more athletic than people seem to realize.
Yeah,
and I think both guys are going to surprise some people in a pleasant way.
I think so. I think nothing wrong with getting, especially where the Cardinals got both of these guys. The value was there with both of them.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we get to tomorrow, and we get to the criminal round. So the guys with the really questionable backgrounds and a lot of talent get to go in. Yeah. So that's always great. Yeah, but so we're about to wrap up day 2. Overall impressions?
Some teams did a great job of getting amazing value, and some teams decided to get experimental.
Yeah, we've seen a mixture of things, right? I think the Lions have hit continually. The Giants picks dropped off from day one.
Yeah.
The Patriots, nobody understands what they're doing at any given time. You just let Bill do what Bill does. The other team I think that's had a good, solid draft is the Bengals.
Yeah. And you're not going to get too many eye-catching picking in the back of the first round. So you don't expect that, but they had a quality pick at the back of the first round. And made some quality picks in the other rounds since then. And overall, you're seeing some great things happening for some of these teams. Atlanta having a low-key great draft. You get an excellent wide receiver to start it in Drake London. Well, guess what? You also get your quarterback of the future in Desmond Ridder. Third round. So hey, that's another one right there. You turn around. Okay, Malik Willis. Well, I have no pressure whatsoever to go into Tennessee now. Why?
None.
Because they just paid this guy ahead of me plenty of money to continue to be the starter. I get to develop at my own pace. And as soon as they feel like moving on from his contract, I got a job waiting for me. That you couldn't ask for a better situation.
I think he gets 2 years of development.
Yeah. So I think overall, you look at it, and actually, it may just be one.
It might be one.
If Tannehill goes out, just like he did this year, gets them to the playoffs, and then loses a game that they feel he should have won, he'll probably be gone. They will get from underneath that contract.
But do they have a healthy Henry, unlike this year? Right. That's the question mark there with Tennessee.
Well, I think the help with that comes in this draft is if Derrick Henry gets hurt, we're going to draft somebody in this draft that's going to be able to run the football consistently for us.
That's right.
We don't have to change our identity.
No, I think that's coming for the Titans. They'll be grabbing a running back.
All right, so the Jets are picking right now at 101. Jeremy Ruckert, Ohio State, comes off the board. All right.
Boy, they're hitting really well as well.
Yeah, I told you I liked Ruckert when we were talking tight ends. This is one of the guys I said he's an excellent guy to have in the red zone. He finds ways to catch the football down there. Highly underrated in the middle of the field. Like I said, when you have those receivers on the outside, you're the tight end, you're usually not going to see too many balls. It just doesn't. There's just not enough football to spread around. As an offensive coordinator who's had weapons like that, you can have guys with each of them will have 500-yard seasons with 4 receivers, and they'll all complain that they're not getting the ball. It's just how it is. We have that many weapons. Somebody's going to be the oily wheel, the squeaky wheel in the group. But it is what it is. But he didn't complain. But he's one of those guys who can block. We talk about very few tight ends have the combination of blocking ability and pass catching ability. He's not going to be the dynamic pass catcher that's going to catch 70 balls. He's going to give you between 30 and 50 balls a year. He's going to get you about between 4 and 6 touchdowns a year.
He's the inline. He's in line.
He's the inline Y with the size. So he's not going to be one of those guys that gets overwhelmed consistently. I think overall, and he's going to come in. He's going to command a role, and he's not going to cost you a lot of money when it's time to re-up. So I think that's another thing that teams are looking at. Okay, so.
Yeah, and
Miami is on the board for the first time.
Getting Gardner, Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Brees Hall, and Jeremy Ruckert. They've got every single one of those guys is going to see the field early.
Yeah.
Some of them may not start, but probably about 3 of them probably will start, and the other 2 who may not start will still see the field. So it's gotten better already.
Yep.
All right, so let's see what Miami gets with their pick here. Boy, oh boy, it feels weird not having said Miami before this.
Well, Miami feels okay about it. They apparently are okay. Oh, I don't need to see this in the Super Bowl. Okay.
Zonk looks so different. I almost didn't recognize Larry Zonka. I almost did.
Jim Kick.
Yeah.
I remember all those guys all too well.
Yeah. Mercury's unfortunately passed on. He's
Warfield.
Oh, people don't realize what a great receiver Paul Warfield was.
He was phenomenal.
Oh.
Except the Super Bowl 12. Except the Super Bowl 7.
Much, but man, did he make a lot out of it.
Yep.
Channing Tindall to the Dolphins.
I think I might have had that in one of my mocks that I did. One of my 7-round mocks. I'm pretty sure I had that here.
This is the right range for him, right?
Yeah. This is about where I had Tindall going. And I think overall, you look at him. This is that heat-seeking missile linebacker. Yep. Keep him clean, let him flow to the ball. Mm-hmm. Right. And also, he has the speed to drop in coverage. Aggressive blitzer. I think overall, this is a nice fit. He's a will linebacker.
He'll help you on special teams. He's a good
special teams too. Yes. Yeah, definitely.
I'm real interested to see overall what they do defensively, because the guy that was the they brought the philosophy to the defense is not there. Brian Flores, that was his scheme they were running. Well, now we're going to see a new head coach with the brand new scheme. So it's real interesting to see what they're going to be. And the Chiefs have their pick turned in as we are winding down next to the Rams and 49ers, and then we're off to tomorrow. Yes. We'll be wrapping up tonight and getting ready for tomorrow. So the long day. If you're pleased with the guests that we had, guess what? Some of them are coming back. We're going to have even more tomorrow. Yeah. Hopefully we can get Rudy we can actually get a question and answer in. Unfortunately, he is in Vegas, so we don't hold that against Rudy. It is loud there, and it is what it is when you're on location. But okay, so the Chiefs pick is Leo Chenal, another guy I did not think would last this long. But we talk about it, and this is another guy that fits what we talk about.
There's questions if he's a 3-down linebacker, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to use him. If you're going to use him with 3 downs, he's going to be rushing on the 3rd down.
Right. Now that's what I think is the answer as well. And once again, going back to the Senior Bowl, he didn't embarrass himself in coverage. It wasn't the thing he was born to do.
No.
But he didn't. It wasn't like he looked like a guy that had never covered anyone before. It wasn't like he didn't become physically ill watching him cover people. It's just not his best thing.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that he, would be best suited as that 3-4 outside. So in a team like Pittsburgh, he would fit perfectly.
Sure.
A team like Tennessee, he would fit.
And you can, even if you see him as a 4-3 Sam, he's a 4-3 Sam that can walk up when you get on 3rd down and put his hand.
Yeah. So you have the ability to do a lot with him, but you have to be aware. If you're going to play him as a linebacker, you're not playing him to drop a lot.
No.
And that's the whole point. So you're going to play him as a Mike, or a Sam. You're going to do that. You got to understand you're playing him mostly for zone. He's not going to match up against most of these athletic tight ends.
No.
All right, but then you better be sending him on blitzes. You better be using him to come downhill a lot more than you are looking to drop him back into coverage, because I think he's challenged space wise. So when you're outside, you get the blitz more. You get to be a lot more aggressive, and they don't have to drop you as much. And the Rams
with their pick earlier and Brian Cook.
Mm-hmm.
They've got that complementary factor now with Chenal and Cook.
Yeah. But honestly, taking Chenal here, using him as a situational rusher, a rotational rusher, makes sense also. So you could put him in different packages, but you don't have to keep him the whole time here. No. So the Rams pick is in. We're waiting for them to announce it. This is the first time they've picked all draft. Not that they're complaining, because they got another ring out of it.
And
now every team will have had one pick.
Yes. Right.
All right. So Steven Jackson, boy, does he look different.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, he's not eating and lifting like an NFL running back anymore. But my God, what an absolute beast he was.
Yes, he was.
He'd be running back one if he was in this draft class. Yeah, and he was complete. He could catch the ball.
He was a great receiving back.
He could pick blitzers. He could do everything.
Logan Bruss, Wisconsin.
Logan Bruss.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a little more athletic Tyler Biotish here.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the movement skills. To me, he's a guard. They played him at tackle. They played him at guard. He's a great guy when he makes great contact. My question is when he doesn't have the position, when he loses position early, he grabs, or he just doesn't make the block at all. So I think that's where you got to work on angles with him. I think that's one of the things where you talk about with him is those guys that are constantly out of position. They're out of position that can't recover. You got to work on that with him because there's going to be times where you don't see the stunt coming, and you're going to have to recover. And some guys don't do it very well, whether it's a bucket step, whether it's a angled step off path to recover and cut the man off, whether it's going second level and you get there too late because you take a bad first or second step on an angle, you don't get there. So I think overall
he's going to a coaching staff though that is going to take him in that film room and this is correctable, right?
Absolutely. So here's the Niners pick, and this will be the last pick of round 3.
Yes.
Danny Gray, wide receiver, SMU.
There we go.
Nice.
A lot of fast people went off the board tonight.
Yes.
Yep, there was speed.
Ow. Yeah.
We saw some speed tonight.
A lot of sub 4.5s went off the board tonight.
So we finally saw the running backs come off the board tonight. Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, James Cook, Richard White,
I'm a huge
Brian Robinson. So we saw a good amount of them coming off tonight. We're going to see a lot more tomorrow. Shocking that you saw some of these guys come off. You do not see Damian Pierce, who we heard a lot about.
Yeah, well, that's because he doesn't have any one special quality.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I didn't. Yeah, those guys I expected to go before Zamir White, so I'm not worried about that one.
He's good tomorrow.
Let's see. Spiller has not come off the board.
Yeah, well, I mean, the poor testing really hurt him, but he'll come off tomorrow.
I'm trying to see if there was anybody else that was I would have thought would have come off that's still there. No, I think that's the only ones. Kyron Williams, I'm pretty sure will come off early tomorrow. Spiller will come off early tomorrow. Pierce will come off early tomorrow. At some point, Algier will come off tomorrow. Jerome Ford, I think, is a guy who may go late. And have a bigger impact. Although I think he should come off earlier tomorrow, he's not going to. Guys that may surprise us by going earlier than expected tomorrow. Who do you think?
I wouldn't be shocked if guys like Joshua Williams or Marquise Bell went earlier than people might be expecting.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the last few viable pass rushers might go a little early. Dominique Robinson might go off the board early.
Yeah. Well, I think he comes off early tomorrow. I really do. We just saw some of the guys that came off in round 3. I think Robinson is not far behind those guys. Yeah. He's not far behind on my board.
If people believe that there's a chance you can play left tackle or a chance that you can beat left tackles at the NFL level, they will take you maybe a little earlier than otherwise, right? And they otherwise might. So I think that guys like Spencer Buford go fairly early tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Braxton goes a little later, but Keelan Deitch may go fairly early tomorrow. There's going to be, like I said, the guys that there's at least a chance, developmental, as they call them, developmental left tackles will go early, fairly often in rounds 4, maybe even to round 5. Guys who can rush the passer will go early. Running backs will go sprinkled throughout all of the rest of the draft, and even obviously in undrafted. Like very late, a guy like somebody's going to take a dart throw on a guy like Isaiah Pacheco because of his speed at running back. And yeah, we'll see another mini run on receivers. That last tier of receivers who are considered to be draft worthy are going to start going off the board, probably in the middle to late part of the 4th, all throughout the 5th, and then just on until the draft's over. And yeah, we'll get the last bunch of quarterbacks as well. Obviously.
Man, I've got one guard that I kind of surprised did not go.
Who's that?
Tyrese Robinson, Oklahoma, because he is just plain mean.
Yes, he is. Yes. He'll go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember Sawyer hasn't gone yet either.
Sawyer hasn't gone.
Yeah, so those guys are going to go.
I think Sawyer goes in the 4th, and I think that your boy Tyrese Robinson goes in the 5th.
Yeah, I had him a little higher. I had him towards the end of the 3rd, early 4, just out of sheer viciousness of a guy. Tevin Jenkins was my guy last year, right?
Yeah.
If there's somebody that I want to go down the dark alley with this year, it's Tyrese. Look out.
Right.
Indeed.
Nobody's going to bug me.
Right.
Well, we are back tomorrow. We're going live 11:45 a.m. Eastern, 10:45 Central. All right. We are back to close out day 3. We got a lot of guest speakers. So Michael Palco will be back. He's going to join us for a little while. So you're going to get used to his face. It was a lot cleaner when I first met him, by the way. He was clean shaven, baby face. But so it shows how much he's grown. Rudy Reyes will be back. Hopefully we get the chance to talk to Rudy. We just, it was nice hearing from him, but we want to be able to talk to Rudy. Brad Ward is going to join us tomorrow. Dan Goodwin. Oh, yes.
Browns and Bears.
Yes. Nikki Geist is going to join us. Also, Edwin Duadu, all right, is going to join us. Rachel's going to come back tomorrow. Steve Rogers coming back tomorrow. Chris Roosevelt is going to join us, talk to Saints. So we have a lot lined up tomorrow, along with all the picks coming in. The guys that we mentioned that didn't get picked, the guys that we didn't mention that didn't get picked. There's still a lot more talent left in this draft. It's going to be excited as we have 4 more rounds to see guys get picked. Hopefully we get some more of those guys from Draft Central that we had on as well to get their names called. We'll get a chance to, we'll try and see if we can get some of them on.
Yeah, I think
Lucas Kroll.
Yeah.
I think Lucas Kroll and Jason Poe late.
Jason Poe.
3.
Yeah.
A chance of getting them as well.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. So final thoughts before we wrap this up.
Well, I mean, the Chiefs, once again, I already said I think Brett Veach is really, really good at drafting football players. This just in, Brett Veach is still good at drafting football players. The Chiefs aren't going anywhere, people. I made a whole video about this, how people are just a little too early on writing the Chiefs epitaph. The Chiefs are not going anywhere. I will not be surprised one teeny tiny bit if they're in the Super Bowl.
Oh boy, that whole division next year, those games are just going to be absolutely insane.
Yep.
Maybe next year, instead of 6 and 7 out of 10 Cowboys games that have the highest ratings, they only get maybe 3 or 4 next year because those AFC West games are going to be war.
Some must-see TV out there.
Well, listen, this is the NFL. If the ratings are high, they're going to try and get all of them on there. Including the Cowboys because they know they're guaranteed ratings.
Well, I'm just talking about from the overall numbers for the audience next year.
Yeah, listen,
those AFC West games are going to draw huge numbers.
They will find ways to make sure they are all seen. They don't.
Oh yeah,
they are all about their numbers. They get a lot of money from TV. They will make sure it happens. Even if they have to squeeze as many primetime games in there as possible, but especially with Amazon too. All right,
betcha.
So we're going to wrap this up here for the night, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking it out for another 4+ hours of coverage. All right. And we are back tomorrow for the extremely long day. So pack your sandwiches and stick around with us while we break down the final 4 rounds of this draft.
Where champions are made.
Yeah, that's right.
It is rapidly flying away from us. Before it's already going to be day 3. We were just talking about we can't wait for the draft. Now we're talking about it's almost over.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it comes the 8th round, man, and things will go very quickly, and there'll be a lot of amazing players available as undrafted free agents next year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I mean this is the biggest draft class in history, right? So
indeed. So for Greg Rector, Bill Carroll, and Jeff Barnes, take care, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Once again, 11:45 a.m. Eastern, 10:45 Central. We are right back for day 3. Take care. Good night.
Good night.
Pickup is a fan engagement platform that aims to build communities and turn the biggest headlines in sports into free-to-play props while rewarding fans for their hot sports takes. You've likely seen their props on Nuts and Bolts Sports and some of your other favorite online publishers and leagues like USA Today, NASCAR, Flow Sports, and others. Simply make your pick on the Pickup prop and verify your pick by entering your phone number, which you will use to track your picks. Accumulate points and exchange for prizes in their marketplace. Their merch ranges from Fanatics gift cards, cross nets just in time for summer, dugout mugs, and more. Make your picks ahead of the draft now.